Yeah? I know that you want to do the second note lighter, which is good, but the time has to be exact. Yeah? One more time. One. This is bar 10. Bar 10. First violin, let's go with the accompaniment, yeah? Yum, bum, ba-dum, ba, da. Ta, ta, yeah? The staccato, let's go with them. So what does it mean? I think it's two characters. Bar 10, much more wake up, yeah? Ta, 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 da, da. Before you're like, wake up, my king, or my queen. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Bar 6, you wake up and sleepy. Yeah, make sure you clean your eyes with your bowl. Yeah, yeah. But then, bar 10, you know there's breakfast, there's guests coming, yeah, there's new clothes, yeah. So yeah, much more. Change the character, yeah. Change character. 3 characters here. Yeah, beginning one more time. Beginning. Compromise the dynamic, yeah? The articulation. Still in piano bar 10, yeah? Lovely, lovely. Bar 6, please. Let's do bar 6. So try to join the first violin sound of the first violin, yeah? Don't make a new start, yeah? Join the phrase. Bar 6. this genius idea of Mozart. Each time the main theme, ba, da, the octave comes, a little bit more pointer, yeah? A little dun, ti, yeah? Give it a little energy, yeah? Each time when we have that. Especially there's something else going on, just like here, bar 41, yeah? Cello basses violus, yeah? Give it a little bit. We are still here, yeah? The melody, the main motive. And one more thing is that bar 28, after the forzando piano, of course we can do more piano, but after the forzando piano, it would be so good if we can the sound can be much more generous. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so longer on the string, and generous. Yeah, generous sound. Everybody. Yeah. Sorry, my phone just got off. I want to see it. Okay, I have time. Good. Let's go from bar 24. Bar 24 to T. Thank you. Sing much more here, yeah, from 62 for the harmony. Very, very good, Ravi. This is 59, please, 59. What? This is 105. 105. First violin. Maybe we can have a more stretching in the sound. Ta. Within the Mozart style, yeah? But ta, ta. I think it needs more urgency, yeah? Especially on the second note, when the brass doesn't help you. I mean the second bar, yeah? And this is bar 105 as well. This is for trumpet and horn. Maybe help us with a little accent, ta, and a little more true sound, pa, and then of course let them sing. But the beginning, and also the beginning of 107, same thing, pa, yeah, and cello basses, same thing, yeah, with a little more sustained and stretched sound, urgency, ta, ti, yeah. Let's try the sound from there. 105, tutti, 105. With the brass, one. I think oboe and bassoon, we can do much more with the forte piano in the expressive way. Ta-dee, ta-dee. It's that kind of sadness, which is like the king lost his head, or the queen lost his handkerchief, yeah? It's ta-dee, ta-dee. Oh no, how can I go to the ball tonight, you know? Ta-dee, ta-dee. A little exaggerate, yeah? And great first and second violin. We take out the accent, you know? For the octave, yeah? Make it expressivo. And oboe, bassoon, you can be already expressivo in 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 1, 6. Yeah? Can we do one more time from 1, 1, 5? 1, 1, 5. 1. Sorry, 1, 1, 1, 5. 1, 1, 5. Yeah. Because here, strings, you are already crying. Yeah, this is the rhythm. Dum, bum, 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 two. 1 and 2 and. tutti, bravi, bravi. Thank you. Oh, great.
34-year-old from Hong Kong, and a belated welcome from Copenhagen to this, the 2024 Malko Competition for Young Conductors. Apologies for the technical problems which kept you away from us for the first contestant of the morning, but we're on the way now, well on the way. 2 contestants down of 12 we shall hear from today. That was, as I said, Wilson Ng from Hong Kong, returning to Malko for the first time since his appearance in 2018, and he conducted the first movement of Mozart's Symphony Number 35. So let's remind you where we are here at the concert hall of the Danish Broadcasting Corporation, where 24 conductors will fight it out for the big prize, which is awarded on Saturday. First prize in the Malko competition, a career on a plate and 20,000 euros. So we're hearing from the first Viennese school today, Viennese classics, Mozart, Haydn and Beethoven, music that will test the very basics of these conductors' abilities, their abilities to phrase, to balance, to exercise some sort of control over the orchestra. And here is the next contestant of the morning, Chloe Rook from Great Britain.
We're going to work on the Beethoven, and I'd love to go from the beginning, please. Thank you so much. You followed everything in the Allegro so well. I just want to do some color style work on the beginning. In general, for me, my preference with Beethoven is kind of pochissimo vibrato throughout, but I love the warmth in the Allegro, so that was wonderful. My feeling is the Adagio is this can be much colder throughout, really like we're at the beginning of time, almost, this feeling of nothing, and then these very tentative, almost scared eighth notes in the violin can have a little bit of vibrato and sort of angst, but opening, almost non-vibrato. Do that again, and just a little bit more articulation on the start of each slur, that it's a kind of angular cold, like cold, but there's something into the silence. Head here. Clarinet interruptions here, which are quite warm. Can we make the sforzando, I think it is a sforzando piano, a little bit crisper, that it's kind of more surprising color-wise? Let's go direct, please, on 25. So these warm clarinet upbeats and then something surprising. 25 is... Deadness at 34, I think. Tum tum yum, tum tum tum. Really like, ooh, like you want to play the downbeat. That feeling. And also, can we go non-vibrato again, please? 32. That this really dies. Lovely. Direct on 31. I think we'll do. 31 is. I think we can have even more elevation. Yum, yum, chum, chum, chum. But these are, we're not playing up bows, of course, but these have yum, 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 yum. At the moment, it just sits down. Also in the brass at 53. Just be careful, these aren't tum, 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 but tum, 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 tum. Upwards, upwards. Thank you, I won't stop again. 36, so many details. 36. Lifted. Thank you very much. Thank you.
27-year-old Chloe Rook from Great Britain, and a familiar face to many in the Danish National Symphony Orchestra from her appearance here at Malko in 2018. And that smile, I think many of us will remember from 3 years ago. First conductor to not use a baton so far in this competition, so there's something for us to talk about there, and we will be talking about it in just a moment in the Malko studio with some expert guests. But Chloe is ready to talk to Selina downstairs. Here she is.
If you've been working hard in there.
Yes. I mean, it's such an energetic piece, and also the kind of scale of it. It's quite a long excerpt, and I really wanted to run it because the orchestra are super responsive. I could feel also immediately how responsive they were to my gestures, and I just wanted to keep kind of moving and playing and show as much as I could. But that, of course, means it's a little more tiring for me, but enormously enjoyable. It was just, I mean, that was just such a joy to work on that piece with such an amazing orchestra, and the kind of colours we were able to do. I worked in a little bit of detail just breaking it up, because with classical music so much of it's about colour and exact articulation. You do have to stop occasionally, but of course just so nice to keep playing and just make music, really.
So you're back in the Malko now. You've been here before. How was it to be back?
Yeah, it's great. I mean, I feel like not much time's passed, really. Even though a lot has happened in that time, it kind of flies. It's just so nice to be back working with the orchestra. They're so friendly and welcoming, and everyone's faces are so open. It's just really a joy, one of the most lovely music-making experiences.
And you have quite a full hall in there with the audience. Do you feel the audience sitting there and following?
Yes, definitely. The last time I was here was COVID time, so a few less people and more distance, and I really felt the energy and everyone's sort of eyes on you, especially in front. You do feel that, but at the same time, I just wanted to switch off and focus on the music, actually. I mean, not switch off, but switch off from the eyes and just imagine it's me and the orchestra. And that was really nice, just to have that sort of feeling of intimacy and a close group, even though there were lots of eyes, of course.
You came here already Saturday, listened to a concert, and then you had the whole day yesterday. Did you sit in your room and study hard, or what did you do?
I definitely did some studying. I found a really nice slot, sort of early evening as the sun was setting, and just worked through the pieces actually we prepared to, and just had some time just to really focus in on my ideas. But actually during the day I wanted to just get out and cycle. The weather was beautiful, so I went on a nice cycle through the city and discovered some new corners, and just, it's so beautiful here.
So where did you cycle to?
I cycled, of course, to the Little Mermaid statue, around to there, and then also to the Opera House. I just kind of did a big cycle of the city. I'm from the Netherlands, so I live in the Netherlands. I love cycling, so yes, that was great.
But you can go out and grab some water and then cycle again if you like. Thank you, Chloe Ruick.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you have jam here? No.
Hello. Well, we've heard from 3 conductors so far this morning on this day 1 of the 2024 Malko Competition for Young Conductors. Plenty to talk about, and we shall talk about it with 2 expert guests. We have with us Klaus Tønshøj, one of the solo clarinetists from the Danish National Symphony Orchestra. Welcome, Klaus.
Thank you.
And Charlotte Rowan, who is chief conductor of the Danish Radio Girls Choir here in Copenhagen. And, well, Charlotte, I want to start with you because we've just seen a conductor not using a baton.
Yes.
Chloe, and I'm guessing that you don't use a baton.
I don't use a baton. I mean, I was thrilled to see Chloe come on and really embrace who she is as a conductor straight away. The hands were active, the arms were engaged, she's carrying the sound. I love it personally. I mean, it's what I do, but it was great to see the variation. I mean, excellent that we've got these amazing young conductors coming on and bringing their personality straight away. I mean, I don't know how you feel about it as an orchestral player, Klaus. Is it a strong discussion within the orchestra?
I think whatever works.
Yeah.
We can see our chief conductor, Fabio Luisi, used a baton for a long time, and in the last period, 1.5 years, he did not use it. Sometimes they put it down in a slow movement where they can use both hands to color the sound. Also, the last conductor talked about coloring the sound. So she was very much aware of getting the right color.
Yeah, and with Chloe, I mean, it's not just about her hands and her fingers, actually, but it's about her eyes and, in fact, her whole body.
Definitely.
And one of these conductors who sort of bodily expresses the music from the hips as much as from the arms. It has to dance, doesn't it? Beethoven, Mozart, the first Viennese school, it has to dance, Klaus.
It has. Sometimes there can be a lack of precision, generally spoken, not about Chloe now, but in general. If you have a very large orchestra and you don't have a baton, there's a big distance from the conductor to the last row of brass players or percussionists, and they might be happy for getting a very clear signal. So sometimes you don't use a baton, or you see they don't use a baton, and you can. It's good for the sound, but sometimes it's bad for the precision.
How do you find it, Charlotte? Is it more tactile?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose it's your greatest enemy and your greatest friend at one time. You've got to be so careful about the extension of the fingers and the extension of the whole arm being exactly there where you want to communicate just that you want to communicate. I mean, we're talking about a world-class orchestra. They're going to do exactly what they say. They're with these young conductors every step of the way. I had the pleasure of being up on the first balcony, and you can feel that they're willing them on to bring their very best music. So it's really about being careful and being very, very conscious of the arms and the fingers. But I think all 3 of the conductors we've seen so far have done a really nice job, and there's a clarity there, and there's a bravery. I mean, I would be terrified standing down there, excited but terrified, and the bravery that's coming through already is great to see.
Yeah. They've prepared for a month, and they know 1 hour before which piece they're going to conduct. And it's interesting how they use the 17 minutes they have. Some of them go through everything, and then they start rehearsing, and some of them stop very early and start rehearsing on whatever they have played. And both systems work fine.
Yeah.
It's just interesting to see how they work and what they want to achieve. So what is the result when they end, according to how was it when they started? And with Chloe, for example, there are these general pauses in the music where nothing is going on, no move, no one is playing, and she did all, I think, 3 times.
Yeah.
She did hide her hands behind her back.
Yeah.
Which I don't know exactly why, because we know the hands are there, but she wants to tell the orchestra maybe that they might not even play or not even move. I would give her the advice only to do it 1 time, because it can be a little too much to see it every time. Also because her moves might seem coordinated, like I have planned, I want to do exactly this way, exactly this place. And therefore it's interesting to see the conductors doing the music several times, because we actually look at, are they doing the same, or are they reacting to what they hear? As the second conductor, Wilson, did. He did really listen to what the orchestra did.
It's very interesting. You make the point about how to use that 17 minutes. And we've had 2 conductors this morning who've come on, both in the Beethoven, and just let the orchestra play that movement. it can have its advantages. Let the orchestra play, hear the sound that's coming back to you, and actually just establish a rapport purely through music. Obviously, the other approach is to stop and begin to take things apart. And I mean, Chloe, Charlotte, when you arrive at a new ensemble, one that you don't have a title with or a relationship with, I wonder how you feel it is, whether you should just spend the first sort of half hour or hour even just letting them play or sing for you. And
I think it's different every time. I mean, as Klaus says, you've really got to allow yourself that moment to be in that second, in that microsecond, and take in every single thing that you hear. There's a huge psychology behind what's going on with these conductors, and also for the players that are sitting in front of them. There's deep analysis in every second. If you're doing this right and you're enjoying the moment in that way, everything in your mind is concentrated on what you hear. And as you say, Klaus, there's the opportunity. There's not only the opportunity to conduct something through from end to end and show this is the way I'd planned to do it, but to really have that moment of freedom in their musicality and say, I'm going to do that again. I didn't quite get what I wanted that first time. I'm going to try this time. Maybe I need a little bit more asymmetrical movement. Maybe I need a little bit more of the whole body being in contact. Wilson did a wonderful moment with the trumpets and the horns, where each time he knew that if he gave them the phrasing and gave them that long phrase, it just came out beautifully, and he knew it worked, and he used it every time. And there were other things that maybe didn't go quite the way he'd expected them to go. There was a little contact with the cellos at one point in the start of his Mozart, and you could also feel it in his back. I mean, I was looking at him from the back. You could feel it in his shoulders that he thought, that didn't quite work the way I wanted it to. The shoulders went down the second time. The hips went a little bit down. Everything relaxed. Second time, spot on.
I mean, that's the wonderful thing about Wilson. I remember from 2018, I don't know if you remember Klaus when he was here last, but he is so relaxed.
Yeah.
And he can be so relaxed. And that was the time when, of course, he spoke Danish to the orchestra, or tried to.
Oh, wow.
Which was a good kind
Great.
of icebreaker, wasn't it?
It was not, no. It's like, what we like is that the conductor comes in and then they say, hello, Mozart, and then we go. If they start telling about that they have been at different tourist attractions around Copenhagen and that they have learned to say some nice words and they like the color of the buses, and we have heard a lot of things, and they have 17 minutes and they are in a hurry and they are stressed, but they should not seem like being stressed, and Wilson is not stressed. And what I like about him is that he shows like accents.
Yeah.
There's a big discussion about accents always. He shows the first two accents, and then he relies on that the orchestra of this caliber does the accents.
The trust is there.
In this way.
Yeah.
And that the orchestra loves. Because if the conductor is not like that, then the conductor is a kind of controller who controls what is going on. Am I happy with what is going on? And that's a bad chemistry.
Yeah. And it's so interesting to see. It's that, exactly as you say, Klaus, it's that balance of all of these conductors, as I would do myself, will want to come in and use these 17 minutes to show everything they can do. But sometimes it's about not showing everything.
Yeah.
You know, it's those moments where they really rely on these musicians. They're reading my mind right now. We're a team. You've got to have that trust in your ensemble. And that's going to free them up in that 17 minutes to do amazing things, and not just to be in that nervous state of mind, but to really relax and make music together.
But in Wilson's case, it was interesting that he wanted the orchestra to tell a story. Yeah. We have to remember that Mozart, even when he's not writing opera, is effectively a theatrical composer. And he was explicit about this story about breakfast or waking up or whatever it was. Now, there's a danger there, isn't there?
Very
because
much.
you can go too deep or too abstract.
Yeah.
But you can also light a fire that maybe you couldn't have lit in another way.
You can do it with amateur orchestras. You can make this picture of a happy princess walking to the forest or something. But you should be very careful with doing it professionally, and very careful when you only have 17 minutes. So I would actually, if he had asked me, which he would not, but if he had, I would have said, no program music, no storytelling. But he did it, and he succeeded with it because he did it short, and he did it funny. He said, here the king loses his head, or the queen loses her handkerchief or something, which is funny. And it gives actually something to the music in a in a nice way.
Well, he got so much joy from it, didn't he? I mean,
Definitely.
Chloe did too, but and Andreas, the first conductor. But in Wilson's character, I mean, I remember much about him from 2018. This sense of joy, and he's at ease in his body, as other conductors were this morning too. But that sense of charm and the anticipation he tried to achieve in the Mozart between those shifts in mood. I mean, joy, Charlotte. This is the most important ingredient.
I
Isn't
mean,
it?
this is the dream job. You know, if nobody knows it out there, then conducting is the dream job. That's something I have the pleasure of waking up every single day and thinking, oh my God, this is the best job in the world. You get the opportunity not only to connect with different people all the time and to meet different groups and to form this world that exactly as we're talking about, this is a world that you can't describe with words. This is something so much more. And we're all on the edge of our seats today waiting for these young conductors to show it and just to be it. And the minute Wilson came on, there was this sort of very reassured, and I love that. If someone can get an orchestra that they met 10 minutes ago to laugh with them, to smile with them, and an audience to really be with them, something happened out there in the audience when he made the Queen joke, where everyone did this on their chairs. It was like, now we're listening, now we're really with him, you know, and that's genius. If you've got the calmness inside to do that, bravo.
And Klaus, in 20 seconds, is it nice to feel to be made to laugh, or at least feel some sort of warm human connection?
It's nice to have all the different feelings concentrated. So he can be serious, he can be the leader who shows this is how it is, this is how I want the accents, this is how I want the anticipations. But he can also like be funny, and he has a lot of trust in himself in a good way. Mm-hmm. And he speaks to everyone. So when we sit in the orchestra, we like the conductor to talk to everybody. And when he stops and gives some notes, then he says something to the double basses, something to the violas and stuff.
Yeah.
So interesting to have both your thoughts. But for now, we're going to go downstairs to Selina Hostrup, who is with our first conductor from this morning, Andreas.
Yes, I'm standing here with Andreas Patrick Hansson, who were opening the show this morning. What a hard job for you to do, Andreas. How was it opening the whole Malko competition?
No, but it's an honor, I think. I'm very happy to be opening. Then at least you know what to expect. You know, you just have to go in there with a bang and do your best and start everything off. I'm happy for it.
And how was it to walk in on stage and meet the orchestra?
It was wonderful. I always like that with every new orchestra. You see who's there for the first time and what we're gonna do together, make music. So I always like that.
And you had picked the Beethoven piece. How did you find that?
I mean, I was happy to get the Beethoven. You could choose between the Mozart and the Beethoven, and I got it, the Beethoven. For me, Beethoven is one of the first composers that I worked a lot with. So it's a joy to be able to present what I feel about him. Mm.
When you're in a competition like this, you have to go through this ballot thing that you pick something, and then it will also tell you whether you're first or last in the competition. What would be your favorite?
First, actually, yes, because then you really know what to expect. Anything else has more uncertainty. So I knew that whatever happens, I start from the beginning and I do it with full energy, and everyone is there with full energy. Mm.
You came here already Saturday, and you had the whole day yesterday. So what did you do yesterday in Copenhagen?
Yesterday was a very long day. I've been studying this repertoire for 3 months already, and that final day you think, shall I really study more? Yes, of course I should. But I know this backwards and front and back, and you just sit with it once more again, going over everything. Yeah, that was my Sunday.
And I'm sure you make a plan then. I want to do this, and I want to go to this part and that part. So did you follow the plan, or how did it work in there?
Yes, quite precisely. I'm happy to say I followed my plan. Yeah.
And did they do as they were told and as you had expected?
Yes, definitely.
Okay, you were lucky then. Now you have been preparing this for months and working with the pieces, looking forward, and then you have 13 minutes in there, and then it's over. How is that coming out then?
It's an explosion. It's really a climactic moment. I mean, you hope that it will keep going, so I can't relax yet. I take 1 hour now for relaxation and lunch, then it's preparing the next round. But really, of course, it's a massive climax and explosion, yeah.
It seems you have a plan for the rest of the day, Andreas. Patrick Hansen, have fun.
For sure. Thank you.
Bye.
Andreas Patrick Hansen talking to Selina downstairs just a little bit earlier. And we may not have seen him on the live stream. I understand that his performance wasn't broadcast, but we should talk a little bit about him, Klaus and Charlotte. He had an economical technique, one might say. And again, he let the orchestra play through that first movement of the Beethoven and found some degree of tension, I would say, in the slow opening movement and then that explosion into the Allegro.
He was nervous, clearly, and he lives in a country nearby Denmark. So we have to think about, as a Swedish guy, that if it doesn't go well for him, it's more serious than if you come from Japan. Then you go back to Japan and everything is good. But it's always, I think, very difficult to participate in those competitions if you are in the surroundings, because people know you. Yeah. And he was the first. Yeah. And he got delayed because of technical problems.
Yeah. That delay the whole time, I just kept thinking, I wonder what he's doing backstage, because that's the fight or flight moment as a conductor. Those things are going to happen. They're going to happen a million times. But in this situation, it just adds a little bit more tension, and you really want the whole body just to be in the zone and relaxed. Poor guy. I mean, he had a lot of challenges right from the get-go. But he really did. I mean, I think it was exactly the right decision to make for Andreas that he came in and played through the whole movement. It was this moment of settling for himself and for the orchestra. It was the start of the day. Wise decision.
Yeah, and if he was nervous, then for me, he kind of channeled those nerves into some sense of control. I mean, a very different style to Chloe. His feet firmly rooted on the podium and a sort of... as I said, a sort of economy of gesture that reminded me of some of the kind of great Central European conductors you will have worked with, Klaus. But of course, it needs to translate into sound. This Beethoven is such an interesting sound world. I mean, the first decision all of these conductors will have to make in Beethoven and Mozart is tempo. Yeah. Mozart marks it with various adjectives, which can be hard to interpret. And of course, Beethoven is very specific, but we don't know whether his metronome was working correctly. So in both cases, it's a difficult thing to decide. There are risks, of course, with trying to go with Beethoven's tempo marking because it's unplayable, right? There are parts of it which are unplayable. Actually, I think before we get into that too deep, we have another video to see. So we will talk a little bit more about that later, but for now, yesterday was a very special day because all of the 24 conductors competing in this year's Malko competition arrived in Copenhagen, some of them from the first time. How did they feel? Who did they meet? What are their feelings about the competition starting? How are they handling their nerves? And what do they think of Copenhagen? This is what happened when they arrived here in Copenhagen yesterday evening.
I come from Paris, so France. Yesterday I arrived yesterday night. It's my first competition, so I will see what will happen and just be open.
Did you have a good meeting yesterday?
Super fast. How you do? Okay. Can you bring all of the scores and? So heavy, man. Are you just coming from the airport now?
Yeah, I just arrived. It's heavy. And you took in person. It's really the first time. I arrived from Zurich, so not too far away. It's first time in any competition actually, so it's a bit everything new and very exciting. It's not many moments that you get so many conductors together like this.
I love it. Yes, I'll be moving. We're probably going to move to Utrecht in the autumn.
Oh, nice.
It looks like a very nice city. Yeah. And so you're not in Gothenburg anymore?
I came from Germany. I arrived last night, and yeah, it's a pleasure to be here. So it's my first time, and I'm really looking forward to the whole experience, actually, to making music, to meeting new colleagues, but also to experience the city and yeah, the whole Malko experience. Yeah.
Ja, men det lite skandinavisk. Nej, de liksom vågar sig, men jag tycker vi...
I arrived from Nordvest with my bicycle, where I live, so not so far for me to go.
Is it?
Shira,
Yeah. Good to meet you. Hi, nice to meet you.
Where are you from?
I'm from Los Angeles. Oh, from the U.S. Yeah, but coming from Texas.
Very cool.
It's the middle of the night for me, you know?
Yeah. It's not so much closer.
No, only 2 time zones. So what about you guys?
From Germany?
I'm from Brazil, but I come all the way from Zurich.
Yes, a little bit nervous. I feel like there's always a little bit of adrenaline and just energy going into working with an orchestra. I think mostly excited though. It's such great music we're working on, and lots of different people to meet, lots of different repertoire. Especially the first round, I love sort of classical repertoire. So just ready to like get some really nice bright sounds and lots of energy and fizz and fun.
A little bit. I think everyone is a little bit nervous, so even they pretend that, but also excited.
I'm definitely nervous. I think everyone must be, and if they say they're not, it's a lie. So, but excited. I'm very excited.
So that's what happened last night when the Conductors arrived here in Copenhagen for the first time. It looked like they had quite a good time, actually, didn't it, meeting each other. Charlotte, you travel around the world conducting ensembles, and sometimes you arrive on a Monday morning at a new ensemble or a new choir, and you have to establish a rapport with them.
Yeah.
Now, first of all, that's personally quite terrifying, one imagines, and secondly, it's a sort of a workplace and musical process. How does it feel?
I mean, it can be terrifying. I remember when I had my first day with the girls' choir, and that the world's sweetest bunch of singers. They love what they do. In theory, there's nothing to be terrified of, but you are scared. There's a nervousness because it means something, and it means the world. I mean, these conductors have traveled from all over the world, and at the end of the day, they're going to present something during this week that can make their career. The winner of this competition will win a career. That's enormous. The prize doesn't get bigger. I mean, the prize money that's involved, that's not what they're thinking about. They're thinking about the opportunity of a lifetime to do what they love to do. But that definitely builds the nerves. And you've got to reach that point with yourself along that process where you say, I love this too much. Screw it, enjoy it, be in the moment.
But you know, when you visit a new ensemble, that you may not have 20,000 euros and a year, 2 years worth of dates riding on it, but they will invite you back if they like you, and they won't invite you back if they don't like you.
Definitely.
So do you have any, I mean, is it about giving more of yourself, showing a bit of yourself? Is it about being completely professional and servicing their needs? How do you strike that balance?
There's so many ways of doing it. I mean, I love as a conductor to really give as much as myself as possible. If you're genuine and you're honest with an ensemble, then they'll be with you 10% more. I genuinely believe that. But there is that moment where you have to say to yourself, there's a sort of self-preservation involved in being a conductor as well, where if you give too much of yourself, then you can't maintain a career at this high performance level, especially when you meet orchestras that are so professional as DR Symphony Orchestra. I mean, you guys have new conductors in all the time. It's also a very important thing for your players that you respect their time, that you respect that they need you to be clear, concise. You just don't want to waste their time. You want to be there and you want them to feel like they're doing something meaningful and making music. Then hopefully you've started well.
Yeah, Klaus, give us the orchestra's perspective.
Yeah, but it's right. You can help yourself a lot with making a rehearsal plan, a schedule which works. You will follow it. You won't be delayed. You can tell the orchestra we start with the second movement tomorrow, because then the string players or the brass players, they can come half an hour later. It's not because they walk around or sleep or anything. Maybe they go and practice.
Yeah.
Maybe they are here early, but they have half an hour where they know that they are not needed on stage.
Yeah.
Then, if you don't say it and you just start rehearsal with full orchestra, then you have maybe 20 or 25 members of the orchestra just sitting waiting, and that's not good for anyone. It's not good for concentration, and it's not good for your relation to the orchestra. So make a realistic plan and stick to it.
Tell us about the moment on a Monday morning when a new conductor comes in, and you're using a lot of new conductors these days, or at least you were a couple of seasons ago, and they are introduced presumably to the orchestra by someone from management, and then they start.
Yeah.
How long does it take you to realize whether this is going to be someone you want to work with again or not?
Their performance starts when they step on the stage from the door. Not when they start conducting, because we see them and they express themselves when they walk in. Are they walking fast? Are they dressed nicely? Are they comfortable? It starts already there. Then you can change your thoughts about a conductor during the week, but very often the first impression is the right one.
And
so it takes about 5-8 minutes. Then we know the amount of how do they conduct, how much color are they able to show. We like conductors showing a lot of things, not talking. And what we don't like when they have any corrections to the orchestra, that they tell how they do not want it, and then they sing how they do not want it, and then they tell us how they want it. It's waste of time. And in your brain, if you get a lot of corrections, sometimes you actually are confused. Did he want it loud? Or did he want it soft? Because you have actually heard both. And that's really, really tricky. Until now, no one in this competition have done this mistake. But that can be something that is very problematic, also because it takes time.
And with debuting conductors, how often does it work? I mean, how often do you think, I want to have this person back?
It happens. It happens. There comes someone and you can feel they have not a great routine, but this could be great in a couple of years, and then you attract them every second year, then they come. And that's also why this competition is so important, that we have a wonderful window to seeing a lot of young conductors, and some of them are actually hired with this orchestra and among other orchestras.
Yeah. Is there a particular sort of conductor that you guys enjoy working with, you respond well to, you can easily build a relationship with?
Sort of.
Yeah.
I think those no-nonsense conductors who come and you can clearly tell what they want, what they need, and what they are asking for. And then those conductors who rely into the orchestra, so they don't want to control everything. If you look at the bassoon player and say, I'm sure you will play the most wonderful solo, you are prepared for this solo for 20 years, just play for us. Yeah. That's nice.
Yeah.
So interesting to have your thoughts, Klaus. Thank you very much. You're leaving us after this break, but Charlotte, you'll be with us for the rest of the day. Thank you so much. But right now, it's time to go back to the stage, and we'll hear very shortly from the next 3 contestants in this first round of the 2024 Malko Competition for Young Conductors. Stay with us.
Every third year since 1965, thousands of young conductors from all over the world have signed up with hopes and dreams.
Excuse me, where do I go to pick up the prize for the Malko competition?
24 conductors have made it to the Malko Competition 2024. But there can be only one winner. Who will be the last one standing on the podium? Welcome to the 20th Malko Competition, hosted by the Danish National Symphony Orchestra, with our chief conductor Maestro Fabio Luisi as chairman of the jury. This year's competition comes live to you from our home in DR Koncerthuset. Your live streaming host is Andrew Miller.
So, stay tuned. Yes, welcome back to the concert hall of the Danish Broadcasting Corporation here in Copenhagen, where it's 3 conductors down and 9 to go in this first round of the 2024 Malko Competition for Young Conductors. So we're hearing from, let's just, on your screen here, we can see what's at stake, the prizes. First prize, €20,000, and perhaps more importantly, opportunity to conduct 24 orchestras around the world. Second prize, €15,000, 12,000 to the third prize winner, and an audience prize of €1,500. There are also prizes given by the children's jury and by the orchestra. So we're hearing from the first Viennese school today, Haydn, Mozart, Beethoven, and for the next conductor, Miguel Sepulveda, we will hear from Mozart again, the Symphony number 35, the Hafner Symphony. Miguel Sepulveda is his name, sorry, I should be clearer. He is 26 years old and from Portugal. Experience with lots of professional orchestras, including the Gulbenkian Orchestra in his homeland, the BBC Philharmonic, and others. He's been an assistant conductor to Vasily Petrenko at the Royal Liverpool Philharmonic Orchestra, to Sir Mark Elder at the Halle Orchestra, and to Jon Sturgård at the BBC Philharmonic. Studied in Lisbon and at the RNCM in Manchester, the Royal Northern College of Music. Well, Rie Koch is back on stage here at the concert hall, and she is introducing our next contestant in front of the Danish National Symphony Orchestra. And we can see pictures of him there backstage. Always a nerve-wracking walk from the dressing room to the stage here at the concert house, and there's plenty of people around backstage with various jobs to do. And it's inconceivable that conductors don't feel the pressure on that walk. Here he is just being mic'd up. And Rie Koch is just explaining that part of the prize which is so important, the most important, contracts to conduct 24 symphony orchestras around the world. It's a career on a plate, and it's why so many Malko laureates have gone on to have major careers. Dmitry Matvienko from 2021, the new chief conductor of the Aarhus Symphony Orchestra. Ryan Bancroft from 2018, incredible career conducting in Stockholm and the BBC Orchestra in Wales. Frequent guest at the BBC Proms. And many more. So this repertoire in the first round is really designed to test the conductor's first basic skills of decision-making, phrasing, balance, tempo, that sort of thing. And as we were saying earlier, it takes a lot of decisions to decide on tempos for these pieces, because Beethoven's are apparently wrong and Mozart's were not explicitly stated. Of course, ornamentation, buoyancy, period style, some sense of transparency, so important in Mozart. This is music which it's difficult to put your mark on without distorting. And I think that's the challenge these conductors face. Remaining true to the score while somehow making an impression and bringing something of themselves to it. In Mozart's case, that combination of grace and fire that characterizes the first movement of the Hafner Symphony. This is where his symphonies really start to blossom, where they start to flower into the mature Mozart of the final symphonies that really transformed the language of the symphony at that time. So, as always, they get 20 minutes with the orchestra. They can stop whenever they like. They can instruct them however much they wish. But they need to establish a relationship. So, what can he do? This 26-year-old from Portugal, Miguel Sepulveda.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Hello, everyone. Nice to meet you all. Mozart, beginning. Bravo, 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 thank you. This last chord, thank you. Especially in this hall, I think the last chords doesn't need to be held so much, much more light, I think, yeah? Can we go back to the beginning, please? Can I just hear it one more time, beginning? Yeah. So, forte, yes, but Mozart forte, yeah? Free, light, yeah, free is the right word. A little bit less there. Yeah, and every time we have this rhythm, ta-dam, dam, there's like an explosion of energy, and then we go back, even if we continue. Then, can we crescendo a little bit on the trill? Ta-dam, bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, phrasing there, yeah? Beginning. it's the other way around. I think this has to be still with energy, still with the music from before, and the chord has to be much more, like, don't start with a consonant, much more. You know, it's, we have little time, so I need to be fast. It's like theater. You know, when kids ask for something, yum, bum, ba, bum, bum. No. Ask again, and then the third time they do what they want. Yum, bum, ba, dum. Very short the bassoon, yeah? Bum, bum, yeah. Can we go bar 6? Even lighter the chords, please. Yeah. Bravo. Okay, I'm sorry I'm asking for less, but the chord is not about being less, it's more piano. So keep the sounds, keep the color, but just more piano, yeah? Bar 6. Bravo. This one. Short. Short. Thank you. Can we broaden a lot more when we reach for the seconds? At the end of bar 28. And then broaden the bow. Yeah. And before that, I still hear a little bit on 24 that these minims are two different things. Can we think 4 bars ahead? Yeah. Take the opportunity to sing through those minims. And one last thing for the trumpets. Yum, bum, ba, bum, bum, bum. Always release. Yeah. Maybe 23. 23. Exaggerated, just on one note. Yeah. From there directly. First on the piano. Thank you. Can I have everyone except the first? So I'll show it rather than say it. 29. 29. Everybody other than first. Okay. Exactly this. Can we go sforzando piano again? Sorry, that was a bit too fast when we started. 27. I didn't wait for you. 27. Okay. Can I just hear bassoon, cellos, and basses? This is 35. Okay. I think they win the Oscar for best articulation. Can we imitate them? And also in terms of balance, it's very much this sound, and we just are around it, embrace it. Yeah? Resolve. Bravo, bravo. Everybody? Yes, 35, tutti. Hear this? yeah? Bravo. Diminuendo. Very good. Can we have a little bit more clarinet? Have more fun with it. Yeah, with the forte. And then afterwards, this is very important. 58, 59. Team, bum, ta-dum, bum. The second one, always less, yeah? Let's do those 2 bars before. 56. This diminuendo sound was very, very good. Exactly this, yeah? 56. A bit less. Okay. Can I just hear the strings 71? 71? On. Yeah, a little bit, I don't know if you've done Beethoven already, but a little bit like Beethoven 4 at the beginning. A little bit longer, yeah? Can the end of the notes not be so short as well? Bravo. Bravo, exactly this. And for us too, a little bit more crescendo. And then if we can somehow within those rests still connect. Yeah. This is, let's do 63, 4, 5, 6, 66. Careful the last one, not so articulated. Yeah, it's forte, but only like one figure. Yeah, can we go from there directly? 73, 4. Lighter, yum, bum, bum, one gesture, yeah? Can I just hear woodwinds? 82, 83, 84, 84? Can we connect the two notes a little bit more? Yum, dun, dun, more horizontal. Very, very good. Let's do the same. 80. 80. If we can go back a little bit more so that we can hear. 80. Very good. It was a pleasure. Thank you very, very much. Thank you.
That was Miguel Sepulveda from Portugal, 26 years old. taking the DR, the Danish National Symphony Orchestra, through the first movement of Mozart's Symphony Number 35, the Hafner. And as we were talking with Charlotte and Klaus just earlier, use of the baton, judicious use of the baton there from Miguel, who is able to transfer it into another hand and use just his hands. So, you know, holding the baton with his left hand is something we see conductors do a lot these days. Well, next up, we hear from America, from Ewan Shields, a 25-year-old from the USA, who last year won the Siemens Halle conducting competition in Manchester. And actually, we can go down to Selina, where Miguel is ready to talk.
Miguel Sepulveda. So how was it to go in there, conduct, and now you're coming out? So how do you feel?
It was very good. I enjoyed it very much. Of course, in these things, you never know what's going to happen after. And you sort of go in and are in a sort of sub-world, and then you come out and you wake up again. So I had a lot of fun. The orchestra is really great. So I really love their playing. But let's see what happens.
You took the baton with you, but as far as I could see, you sometimes didn't really use it. Then you just held it, then it came out a bit again, then back again. So what was the story about you and the baton?
Maybe I'm breaking the rules. I don't know. Sometimes it's important in the beginning to work on technique and everything, but then sometimes you want to sort of draw the sound or whatever, and you try to do it. Sometimes that happens, and I just let go.
So that happens spontaneously. You don't have a plan for the baton?
No. It's not rehearsed or anything. No.
I'm sure you make a plan before going in there. So did you follow the plan, or did many things happen on the way?
Many new things happened. We have a plan, but you can't sort of stick to a script, because maybe when you show something, they will do it right away. If you show it well, sometimes you can't. So
Let's go. God, I'm so happy to be here. Okay, let's go da capo, please. This 5-bar phrase is very special, so let's save the crescendo on the 2nd bar and really go to the 3rd bar, okay? Here we go. Stepwise 8th notes. Let's do on the string marcato. Ha 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 ha. Okay? Let's go from there. Bar 19, please. Great. In this piano section, scherzando, and on the long notes, they have to be very beautiful and poco mezza di voce on the long notes, okay? Bar 48, please. It's amazing. I love this contrast. Ya pari maestoso, and then a little bit comedy there. Okay. This is all great. Let's go just from right there, okay? This is measure 88. Trumpets and timpani, this is unusual, but can we phrase away the repeated notes this time? At measure 89? Great.
bar 105, this Sturmendrang, the wind chords and the seconds violas, every 2 bars, can we show the harmony changes really stern and steel? 105, please. Bravo. The painful forte pianos, like stabs in the heart. Okay, I know it's a bit cliche. 113, 40, 50, 60. 117, please. And very sul tasto with articulation. Cello space is also articulate. Violin, the trills, it has to sound like Queen of the Night, very virtuoso and furious. Let's do 147, please. 147. This is a conversation. Tam, bam, parom, pam, ta ta ti tim. So on the 3 notes going up, let's do tenuto and singing suddenly, okay? 2 conversation. Let's go from 165, please. These 16 that those have to be less sustained and more like a hitting a bell, really good articulation, okay? And we crescendo, crescendo, and then yan tan ta 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 is subito leggero, okay? So let's do from the subito forte, is that we know where that is, okay? Woodwinds at 90, this is your moment. So really take charge and marcatissimo forte. So let's try this. From 186, please. Doesn't help you like the trumpets, so articulation just even stronger than the trumpets there, okay? Winds, that was great, bravo, 190. Strings, can we just be a little bit accompagnato at 190? Let's try again, 186. Thank you so much.
Well, time's up for Ewan Shields from the USA, the 25-year-old conducting Mozart's Haffner Symphony, their first movement, and a wide gestural language, an energetic figure, and he certainly knew what he wanted and was determined to get it from the Danish National Symphony Orchestra. Well, he's backstage now, and Selina is going to catch a word with him.
Did you have the time to drink some water?
Let me just get another sip, so my throat. Oh.
Well, then I'll fill in the time meanwhile. Ewan Shields, wow, a Mozart with a lot of stabbing. You almost stabbed the orchestra with the baton.
Don't want to kill them, that's for sure, but I just wanted to get the opera and the drama, and I'm quite happy with myself. I only used operatic terminology once. I said Queen of the Night, I think, but I just want to, as much as possible, inspire them in the moment of making the music, because music is sort of the most potent language that the orchestra and I could connect in a very short time. So, and I thought I had a very good connection. From my side, I was very happy with how welcoming and responsive they were to my ideas. So yeah, I'm very happy.
I was just going to ask you, because I heard you say, that was some of the first things you said in there. Oh, I'm so happy to be here. Are you still happy?
Oh God, yes. I mean, I think I'm the person in a roller coaster where I enjoy the roller coaster, but I hate waiting in line for hours sometimes, and I just get really nervous, and it seems like more terrible than it actually is. But then once you're on it, you're like, all this time stressing, maybe it wasn't worth it, but also I worked hard so that I could be here and let go and enjoy the moment. And that was the most important thing for me here and continuing this week. So, so far, so good. So yeah, I'm very grateful and again, happy to be here.
So it seems like you had quite a dreadful morning, actually, waiting, anticipating.
This morning, yeah, so I hardly studied the score. I was like just lying down most of the day doing yoga. There's some footage of me in the dressing room just lying on the floor. So, but I think that helps me because being present is the most important thing for me. And when I'm in the present and open to sort of this collaboration of Yuan and the Danish National Symphony Orchestra, which is still kind of crazy to say, but that only happens in those 17 minutes. So
here we play Haydn with no repeats. Just can I move it maybe an inch forward? Is it okay for you? Yeah? Oh, okay. In three? Yeah, in three. In three. always these cadenzas, first and second violins are finishing sooner than bassi and viola, so don't finish with them. Actually, we can prolong the note nicely and have it little longer. Just the beginning, please. It's very great. We have fantastic legato. I think this piece is, for me, it's about the prayer from the human being to the God here. And the sound could be more empty, like human empty inside, yeah? Colorless. I'm afraid this word, but I'm sure you know what I mean. And plus this legato, we have destination, so we don't avoid the intervals, yeah? Very horizontal. And diminuendo in the third bar, please. In the fourth bar, the La bemol is separate. Yam, pa, adagio. Thank you very much. In this fourth bar, second beat can be more, and we can have help from this triton. Yarim, bassi, viola. One more time, please. In 14, first violins, do, 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 molto generoso, after we have the resolution, yes? From 11 to 14, everyone who doesn't have a team, really sighs, difficult to talk in these circumstances, we lost something very dear to us, so a bit longer, and there's a micro diminuendo on the every 8 note, please. 11 with upbeat. Secondi. Yeah. Viola, more. Really more. 15. 1. There's little tendency in 20, first and second violins, coming after the long notes with a little accent, yeah? There's something we have to think about, hug the note, yeah? And please don't rush, explain something to the child, we have to enjoy this moment a bit. 20, please. The beginning is good. Also intensity of the third beat. A bit more intense. Same place, please. 1, 2. Yes. Crescendo. From this 25 to 28, bassi viola, something short. Chum, 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 chum. And 26 is diminuendo. 27, messa di voce again, yes? We can do it more. It's some of you doing, some of you not. 25, please, tutti. Shape it. Separate. Yeah. Yes, fantastic. In 32, yara tiram taram. Don't make this so obvious. Yeah, like something cutting our speech. Yaram tiram taram. Molto diminuendo, and the last note not too short. Yaram tiram. Like something is going on still there. 29. I know we are so musical, we automatically want to make crescendo from from C to D flat. Let's stay in pianissimo, he doesn't write it. And then, very important to have this slurs, yarm, 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 yarm. So that every second can be shorter, yeah? Yarm, 31, please, 31. But not with a heavier hand. Stay very light. 39, right? 39. 1, 2. Yeah, let's stay the note. I cut you the bass, yeah? We move on, 44. This one is with a bit more sunshine in it. In bar 57, the first beat is a bit longer, and let's make the break. Before the second beat, please. Yeah. This was very nice. 53. Yeah, 54. Yeah. Really under the water, whole 3 bars. Let's play this place. 54. 1. Whisper. This articulation from the beginning, we are somehow disconnected from the melody, yeah? Expanded. One more time. 60. second, yum. Also, I wouldn't rush there with this. Take time with the change. So we have time for this. 61. 62, please. 62. 62. From 67, yum. A bit longer. And two are cantabile, yeah, both. 67, please. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Sasha Yankovic from Ukraine, 32 years old, conducting their Haydn, our first taste of Joseph Haydn today, Symphony number 49, La Passione. Such difficult music to conduct, all that darkness in F minor, all those silences to sustain the line, to achieve the tension through that is no mean feat indeed. And Sasha will now have a quick word with Selina Hostrup as soon as he's had his microphone removed. And when he has, you can hear what Charlotte Rowan and Klaus Tunshoff have to say about the last three contestants we just heard from. But yes, here he is now with Selina, Sasha Yankovic.
Sasha Yankovic, nice that you are here with us. You got the mic off, or?
Yeah, something was disturbing all the time. I hope the audience and orchestra definitely could hear me. That's the most important. Yeah.
Okay. We heard Haydn for the first time today. You picked Haydn in the ballad round. So what were your thoughts about picking Haydn and not Mozart and not Beethoven?
I choose Beethoven as well, but Haydn, I didn't know it was first time Haydn. Yeah, I was a bit confused, but they didn't know it's in 3 or 4. I was like, oh my god. So probably we were side reading. I love Haydn. I completely addicted to this composer, and I've done some symphonies. I love him. His authenticity, and he was absolutely normal human being with sometimes his shoes in the dirt, and yeah, like everything is very classic and very yeah, stylish. And actually, it's so much more to this in this music for me personally. So when I have possibility to choose Haydn, I always do so.
And I can see you also very human, talking about it, very excited, but also sweating. Is it hard conducting Haydn?
Everything is hard. Once you step on the podium, it doesn't matter which composer to do it good. Everything is hard, I think. Yeah.
You chose to do Haydn without the harpsichord. Why?
Because I think there's some with this circumstances and with this time limitation, I always like to work with cembalo group before we start rehearsals. So this wouldn't be satisfying for me enough. So I think we have an orchestra and we just present our Haydn without cembalo this time.
Are you happy?
I am, I think, yeah. yeah. No, it's an amazing level of playing, and they're so sensitive and responsive. It was a big pleasure, really.
Thank you, Sasha Yankovic.
Thank you.
We're discussing something just in the beginning.
Sasha Yankovic talking to Selina Hostrup there. And we're back here in the Malko studio with Charlotte Rowan, chief conductor of the Danish Radio Girls Choir, and Klaus Tunshoff, member of the clarinet group here, one of the clarinet principals here at the Danish National Symphony Orchestra, but also a conductor, Klaus, of the Danish concert band.
That's right.
I omitted to say earlier, a prize-winning ensemble, I hear. So let's talk about what we've just seen. Let's take Sasha first, because he's just come on. Haydn, our first taste of Haydn today. A musician's composer, we often think of Haydn as someone for whom it's a little difficult to get into. And he has this endless minutes, 10 minutes of F minor, which is completely different to conducting the first movement of the Hafner Symphony, where you have kind of joy and happiness on your side. Very difficult to sustain the line there and maintain that tension. Charlotte, How do you think he did?
I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I've looked forward all day to hearing the Haydn. It's really that piece that gives you the opportunity as a conductor to have such a sense of longing and to really make a character that's completely different. The Beethoven and the Mozart have so many different characters, and the Haydn is in my eyes, the technical challenge of the three. That's the challenge of making something with the whole palette of sorrow and angst and really indulging in that throughout the F minor. And Sasha had a difficult start. The upbeat was pretty long. The orchestra had a little bit of confusion. Are we in 3? Are we in 1? Where are we? He brushed it off pretty well, but I really wanted more conviction. I really wanted that moment of just desperate longing in it, and he did a fine job of it, and everything was clear. But I did really enjoy his vocal elements. I mean, of course, I'm sitting as a mainly choral conductor and waiting for these moments, and it works to varying degrees with the orchestra. I think you need to be careful using it too much. Some of the cut-offs were very vocal. Some of the breaths and the leaning forwards were very vocal. The tension can be placed in different pivot points. But it was nice to have the Haydn on the podium for the first time today.
The participants were asked before the competition started if they wanted to use the harpsichord on Haydn in case that they were chosen to conduct this piece. And he did choose now that he didn't want harpsichord. And this symphony number 49 is in the middle of all Haydn symphonies, so you can prefer to have a harpsichord, which you have in the first ones and then not in the last ones, but he chose not to have. And that makes it a little bit easier for him to conduct, because when the instruments are together, completely together in a chord, you don't have the sound of the harpsichord making this pizzicato. So in this case, it was a little easier for him. I don't think he did choose it because of that. But the amount of tools in the conductor's box are reduced in Haydn compared to Mozart and Beethoven. And that's why it is a very difficult piece. And when you have a start like that, then you have to get back on the horse, as we say in Danish.
Yeah, and we should explain that he didn't choose to conduct this piece as a lottery, and this piece is chosen for him. But he did make himself very clear, didn't he? He's very acute with his descriptions of phraseology, exactly what he wants to do. And he also has a clear gestural language, would you say?
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, there was a mixture of things where I sort of felt, I wonder what this would happen if we switched the orchestra out for a group of singers. I think he'd have achieved a much better result with it. And he's got to be really aware of what the instruments need. And as you say, Klaus, there's a fine difference between having the harpsichord within that texture and taking it out. And I would have gone for it personally. I missed the harpsichord a little bit in that texture. It gives something, it gives another color, and it's an element of the time. It just gives that flavor of Haydn. But I think he did some really nice things. I mean, there were some really nice moments of tension where the whole face was in the moment. That worked really well. And when he was in it, it worked. But it needs to be sustained. It's the ultimate survival piece in this first round. If you can sustain that atmosphere, it does wonders.
And in total contrast, let's skip back one to Ewan, who was conducting Mozart, and again, fast Mozart at the fastest we've heard it today, charismatic. Selina was talking about his stabbing gestures with the baton. But I just want to say first that it's interesting. Ewan won a competition late last year in Manchester. I wonder if that gives him a slight sense of, I don't quite have as much to prove here as maybe my fellow competitors do. Maybe it allows him to relax just slightly. What do you think of that, Klaus?
I liked him a lot. He is 25 years old, and he seems like having a great routine in the best possible way. I mean this. He has a very nice beat. It's clear. And as soon as the orchestra plays in the speed as he wants, which is fast, then he stops showing the beat with his right hand and he starts making music with both hands. Like the Bernstein way, that you use both hands to elaborate about what you want to. And if it's not together, then very, very fast, quickly, you're back to show this is how it is. And I liked everything about him. Yeah. It's also the first conductor coming in total black clothes.
Yes.
Which is very common for conductors wearing black clothes because it's easier to see what you're doing in front of your body.
And conducting with his score closed for the first time he ran through the symphony. Charlotte, he has a wider gestural language than we've seen from anyone else today.
Definitely.
And Klaus hinted at this, but his kind of his shimmying gestures and his, I mean, this can be dangerous, can't it? If the orchestra doesn't quite know what you mean, but they seem to get him.
They seemed really to work. I mean, I loved the first shimmy. The shimmy move was a surprise in a good way. And then the two hands on the baton with the sort of the waving gesture. I mean, there were so many things, and I just loved that he dared to be himself.
Yeah.
He came onto that podium today, and 25-year-old conductor who clearly had really looked forward to being on that podium. And the musicians respond to that. They want someone to come on and to make music with them.
And we have, sorry to interrupt you, Charlotte,
okay.
less than a minute and a half left, and we must talk about Miguel, who was first in this batch of three. A judicious use of the baton. We're seeing this a lot, Klaus. We saw it from Marie Jacot, who conducted the Danish National Symphony Orchestra a few weeks ago. I remember seeing it a lot with Vasily Sinaisky when I was in Manchester as a student. This idea that you can take the baton, but you could also put it in your left hand and not use it. And that really, you kind of, it's there if you need it, but there also you don't have to use it.
Yeah, but the problem is if you have the baton in your left hand and you have it like this, then you can't use your left hand as you want to. If he needs to have both hands free in a slow movement, put it away on the disc, and then you have both hands. It seems to me to be not very well organized that he brings in the baton, but he does not use it.
Yeah. Now, he seemed to want to know exactly what he wanted from the orchestra, and he was relentless in his pursuit of it. Yes. Again, a fine line. Do you keep going on a point so you've got it exactly how you want it, or do you move on? Do you meet the orchestra halfway, or do you really push them to what you want to achieve? Charlotte, he trod a fine line there. He really wanted certain things exactly as he heard them.
He really insisted. I mean, I like a conductor who insists on something, but you've got to be careful that you're explaining it clearly and you're doing the thing that you're explaining. You can't have anything that's mixed signals. There were a couple of times where the shoulder said something that the elbow said something else. And I think that they were the small moments where he got into trouble. But there was so many nice, I mean, he was very like Vasily Petrenko in his approach. You weren't in doubt as an audience about who he wanted you to listen to. The clarity was there in terms of the balance and the texture of the music. But it was a different way, and I think I'm with Klaus on this one. Either have the baton in your hand, use it, or put it down.
Well, and if you're a leader,
just one very quick last point, Klaus. We're all out of time.
If you're a leader and you say something to 70 people that they don't understand, then you cannot say it again.
No.
You need to say it in another way. You have to change the way you say it, and that we see with good conductors.
Yeah.
So good to have your thoughts, both of you. Klaus Turnshøj from the orchestra and Charlotte from the Danish Radio Girls Choir. You're with us later on. Klaus, thank you very much. We'll see you again at some point. In the meantime, the Danish National Symphony Orchestra is going to take a well-earned break. We have a lunch pause here, and we look forward to seeing you back here at 2 o'clock for the 6 next contestants in the Malko Competition 2024. That's actually 1:55, 5 minutes to 2. Stay with us.
Bang bang. Ikke det, han sagde? Stig Brostrøm, hvad hedder han nu? Sten Broman. Sten Broman. Ja. Bang bang. Hvad de skulle lukke. Var det ikke sådan? De skal have lidt lampe deroppe, ikke? Det er sådan et kontrapunkt i gamle dage. Ja, det er jo. De må jo altid købe, hvad hinanden sagde, så der var et hold ude, og så var der en, der sad sådan en boks. Og så kunne de ikke høre, hvad de sagde, hele folket. Og så smider man over til den anden boks. Men du ser, kan jo ikke noget med sådan. Ja, det kunne faktisk tænke mig at se, altså. Der var sådan en teknik. Vi så det alle sammen.
Every third year since 1965, thousands of young conductors from all over the world have signed up with hopes and dreams.
Excuse me, where do I go to pick up the prize for the Malko competition?
24 conductors have made it to the Malko Competition 2024. But there can be only one winner. Who will be the last one standing on the podium? Welcome to the 20th Malko Competition, hosted by the Danish National Symphony Orchestra, with our chief conductor Maestro Fabio Luisi as chairman of the jury. This year's competition comes live to you from our home in DR Koncerthuset. Your live streaming host is Andrew Miller.
So, stay tuned. Yes, welcome back to the concert hall of the Danish Broadcasting Corporation here in Copenhagen, where it's the afternoon session on this day one of the 2024 Malko Competition for Young Conductors. I'm Andrew Meller. I'll be with you all week, right up to Saturday evening's grand final. Well, we've heard from 6 conductors already today, and we will hear from 6 more. One of them, as you can see on the screen right now, stands to leave Copenhagen with 20,000 euros and contracts to conduct 24 symphony orchestras around the world, and prizes for the second and third prize also, and an audience prize. Well, there's always a sense of anticipation and atmosphere on the first day of the Malko competition, and this day today has been no exception. We've heard music from the height of the first Viennese school, Mozart, Haydn and Beethoven, and we shall hear more from those composers this afternoon. Music that tests these conductors' basic skills of control, balance, articulation, phrasing, and their ability to put their mark on music without distorting it. So, this afternoon, we will hear from 6 conductors: Ana Maria Patiño Osorio from Colombia, Luis Castillo Briceño from Costa Rica, Magnus Fruklund from Sweden, Omar El Jamali from Morocco, and then we move to tomorrow. But for now, let's have a look at Ana Maria Patiño Osorio, assistant conductor of the Orchestre de la Suisse Romande in Switzerland, studied saxophone and also conducting at the University of Zurich. She comes from a very small village in Colombia, but has certainly made her way in the world and already made her mark on the world of conducting. She brings with her Beethoven's Symphony No. 4, first movement. None of the conductors have chosen the music they will play in this first round. They know the list of pieces from which it will be taken, but they don't know which piece they were to conduct until an hour before. And we can see her now on screen. Ana Maria, looking at her score for Beethoven's symphony. We've heard it a few times today already. The Symphony No. 4, not so well known, of course, as its immediate neighbours 3 and 5, looks back towards the early symphonies 1 and 2. Has a slow introduction in the classical style, a little like a Haydn symphony. But thereafter is music of constant dynamism, transitional motifs that lead to even more transitional motifs. It's been described as a series of flying wedges. Some conductors take a more romantic view of this music than others, but we certainly have seen today conductors very insistent on a sort of classical form of articulation, clarity, transparency, and everything that makes this music spring off the page. We've also been talking a lot about tempo. Beethoven, of course, was very specific about the tempo markings he wanted in his music, but Musicologists now believe his metronome was broken, which means conductors can't necessarily trust those tempo markings. In fact, some say they're impossible to play. So here's some advice from the great Finnish conductor Osmo Vanska. He says, start at the written tempo, and if you can't make it work, just bring it down 10%. Now here comes Rie Koch, who is the live stage presenter here at the Concert Hall of the Danish Broadcasting Corporation. And behind her, the Danish National Symphony Orchestra, the ensemble that takes such pride in this competition, soon to be celebrating its centenary. It was founded in 1925 as the cultural flagship of the Danish Broadcasting Corporation by the Director General Emil Holm, both a radio orchestra and a national orchestra. And recently an acclaimed orchestra, winner of the Gramophone Recording of the Year award last year, and also nominated for a BBC Music Magazine prize this year. Amongst its former conductors are Raphael Frubeck de Burgos, Herbert Blomstedt, Launi Grundale, Thomas Dausgaard, but currently led by Fabio Luisi, who is also the jury chair of this competition. And we should also remember Nikolai Malko, who was permanent guest conductor of the orchestra for 3 or 4 decades from the 1930s. First conducted it in 1930 and made it his mission to make this orchestra a fine ensemble, the finest ensemble it could be. Laid the foundations on which it still rests today. Nikolai Malko, of course, from Ukraine. Worked extensively in St. Petersburg in Russia and also in Belarus, and wrote the textbook on conducting that every conductor should read, The Conductor and His Baton, published in 1950. So, Rie Koch is bringing the orchestra to its feet. Actually, orchestra number 2 is changing personnel, so we see different faces on the podium now. And Christina Östrand is in the concertmaster's chair, familiar face to many here. And here she comes, the first contestant this afternoon, Ana Maria Patiño Osorio, to conduct the first movement of Beethoven's Symphony No. 4.
Hello, so happy to be here. Nice to meet you. I think it's a bit low. Yes. Beethoven, please.
microphone during that performance, so it's just being refitted for her.
Now I have a voice. Let's go please to the beginning once. This piece is really about finding the light for Beethoven. I think he wrote this piece thinking about the sunlight. So it's really important at the beginning. Now we went through the piece and we saw this darkness. Now this light, now the darkness is here. So please, sul tasto at the beginning, always. Very compact, the bows, really clear changes. And poco vibrato, please. Beginning. Thank you very much. This I like to call sospirato because it is like so more air in the bow, please. Thank you. And for the bassoon, this is really your symphony. So please, molto cantabile, okay? Any accent pianissimo, and we have to connect our entrance with him, with his sound, okay? Doloroso. Again, last time, please. And I think the pizzicato can be shorter because the whole is giving us a wonderful resonance. Okay? Thank you. Movement. Bravo. Air. Bravo. Bravo. Now. The same. Bravo. Thank you. Yes. Thank you. Doloroso. Al piano. Thank you. Thank you so much. Bravo. Wins. Piano always. And the first si bemol we have in this forzato piano is like the clue Beethoven gives us about the light is coming. So please, for the winds especially, sharper. The strings are playing good sharp, but more sharp, okay? The si bemol, really good. Thank you, bass and cello, for this forte piano longer. Thank you. Let's play 25, please. Doloroso, always in the winds, but pianissimo, misterioso always. 3. Ah. With air, please. Thank you. And now echo. Thank you so much, wonderful. Very good. Cantabile always. And cello is very important to be very cantabile in 32, okay, with this jump. But please, always diminuendo, to the nothing. Thank you so much. Let's play 25 again. It's really good. Less wins, please. Pianissimo. One. Resonance? Yes. Thank you. It's wonderful the sound in 35, but please, the first 8 note less. So we have this big crescendo. And please, more air in the sound, okay? And more articulation, please, trumpets, horns, and timpani in this fortissimo. Really, tenuto is really the sun is now here. So tenuto, please, risoluto when you play do re fa sol la, really sostenuto, and a comma to be absolutely together in the ta, 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 ta. Okay? Let's play this, please. 36 directly. Attack, the clarity of the pronunciation, very good. Pa, ah. Pa, pa. Again. 1. Thank you so much. Thank you. Let's go a bit faster, and then we let it go, okay? A bit construction of this line is very important. I want to do this connection. Let's play 32, please. 31 for the second violins, please. Bravo. Now. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
28-year-old Ana Maria Patiño Osorio from Colombia, and she sailed through that problem with her microphone admirably. That's the sort of thing that happens in competitions, and you need to know how to deal with them, namely to ignore them and carry on, and that's exactly what she did. Well, she can explain all now to Selina Hostrup, who is downstairs and ready to talk to her.
Ana Maria Patiño Osorio, you were so excited in there that you lost your headset. Are you always moving that much?
No, it was particularly today with the piece that is such a full of light that I think I lose my head, my voice for a moment.
Yeah, Beethoven almost sounded like he was a South American dancer. Is that how you experience this composer?
This symphony particularly is full of light and sound, and it's very operatic, I think. So maybe that was the case.
Were you having a good time in there?
Yes, very much. I had a wonderful connection with them. I think we were I was being very myself, I think, very honest, and trying to enjoy as much as I could. Yeah.
Well, thank you for coming and talking to us, Ana Maria Patiño. We look forward to talking to you again, but let's see how it goes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, be yourself. That's the only way you can be in this competition. Well, next up from Costa Rica is Luis Castillo Briceño, 27 years old and already named a rising star by BBC Music Magazine in Great Britain. He will conduct Mozart, the first movement of the Hafner Symphony number 35. So here he is from Costa Rica, 27-year-old Luis Castillo Briceño.
Good afternoon, everybody. Whoa, good afternoon, everybody. I'm very excited to be with all of you here today. Great music,
So, like you heard, Mozart, please. As you may have seen, I stopped a bit beforehand. So let's do, please, this is 92, bar 92. Let's please go bar 186, please. 186. Let's do just once. This will be the viola, the bass group, and the cello, and the fagot. 186. If I may ask a bit shorter, and then really bright. This is for some. Let's try. 186. Let's do it again and really keep tight. Let's see. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. May I have tutti 186, and already from the violins, this would be 190. If I may ask a bit more from the articulation, and then in the last one, then we really take it home, okay? 186, please. If I may ask, this is from the horns, and then after for the trumpets, this is bar 196, 196, and then 197. If we can really do a crescendo there. Ta 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 ta. And also at the beginning, we will have the same thing, so that we just keep it in mind. Thank you very much. From the beginning, please. In this second one, tan, tan, ta-dan, if we could, even a bit of vibration, just to give love to this long note. Let's please do this is bar 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Bar 24, we are doing crescendo, and it's amazing. If we could do a bit more, so then we come really together with the violas in this character. And then, may I have 27? This is just flute, clarinet, fagot, and strings. It really needs to be like a wind just came, and then everybody needs to have a bit of effort to hear all of the other 16s. Really precise, but really, let's do it really extreme. Can we do, please, there? This is 27. Let's just do the strings once, and really come back after each of the sforzando. Let's have it tutti there, please. Very much. This is bar 30 for the strings. Really, also very rhythmical. Pa, pam, pam, pa-dam. So it's not really short, but really rhythmical in this forte dynamic. Is it all right? Let's please try, because we didn't try what we just talked before. This is bar 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, please. this is bar 44. Here we do need to have a bit shorter. The staccati, please. Can we have, before we see this, bar 48 directly? And then if I may ask from the violins, if we can really make this legatura as beautiful as possible. We really lay on it in the first times. And then we'll have the viola after. So there, please, directly tutti 48. Thank you very much. Let's do just once, just the violins once, please. Thank you very much. Is it possible that we try the staccato a bit more staccato right now? So then we really have this difference. Yeah, great. Thank you very much. And then as legato as possible. Let's do there directly, please. 48. If we could have it as sharp as possible, ta-dan, ta-dan, and really, really objective, so that it really fits against this really lyrical, beautiful. Let's do that directly, please. 48. Woodwinds, this is 62. In fact, not all woodwinds, just the oboe and the clarinet. If I may ask, the note that is with the ligatura over the bar line, don't give up on the note, so then we really hear the dissonance. Let's do there directly, please. This is 62. Thank you very much. And then we need a bit more from the second oboe, and then also from the second clarinet. Thank you very much. So then we really hear it. Great, thank you very much. Let's do directly, please. This is 59, tutti. And I think it's clear now. And then the one that is a bit more tricky, or trickier, is in 63. But then we need to keep the same, the same form. 59, please. Down to a pianissimo instead of a piano. Let's try going there. So it was great, woodwind's great. So let's take it from there. This is 62, tutti 62, and we really come down as much as possible. I know it says forte, and then we have a crescendo. But can we make it a more exciting forte, this first one, that is really a real surprise. Let's try please from, this would be from 67. In 68, for the violins, I think we did it quite well already, but I think it could be even better. So it's a little hairpin going down. Yes, exactly, and it really evaporates. Could we please do there directly? This is 67 and 68, last thing, and then we do it for the oboe. This normally we don't hear it. So if we could really bring it up, it's beautiful detail. I've never heard it. 68, 7, please. start wondering if the one next to you is barely playing. Okay, 67, please. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Well, that's time up for Luis Castillo Briceño, giving us Mozart's Symphony Number 35, and again, a conductor who knows absolutely what he wants and working hard to get it from the Danish National Symphony Orchestra. So much of this music about phrasing, and he can now talk to Selina downstairs.
Luis, you stand here smiling, and you also look really calm in there. How was it to be on stage? You looked as if it was a walk in the park.
No, it was great. It's great orchestra, great music, great hall. So there is no reason to be alarmed or not excited. It's wonderful. It was wonderful.
You picked the Mozart. How was that?
I love this Mozart, and it's a Mozart that not a lot of people know, because most people know the last Mozart, but this 35th, the moment I really came to know it, well, I don't know, like 8 years ago, I was really fascinated, and it's one of my favorite Mozarts, so I'm very glad they chose it for this competition.
You had 1 hour of preparation. Was that enough?
Yes, because all of the work was done before. What I did, I just laid down, I calmed myself, I was talking with my loved ones, and yeah, the weather is beautiful, so I was just trying to also take this nature.
Okay, so what are you going to do now?
I think I will maybe just stay a bit, just see the other contestants, and maybe then after just go home and keep studying, just in case.
Just in case. Yes. Well, have fun, have a nice day, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much.
He's one cool customer. Coming next, from Sweden, Magnus Fruklund, an experienced and known conductor around these parts, house conductor at Malmö Opera across the Öresund Bridge, and has also worked extensively with the Helsingborg Symphony Orchestra, and has conducted at the Royal Danish Opera here in Copenhagen. More Mozart from Magnus. Again, the first movement of the Hafner Symphony. Incidentally, Mozart's widow, Constanza, came here to Copenhagen to live for 10 years after Mozart died, and she was insistent that this city played her husband's symphonies better than any other. Is that still the case? Well, it certainly sounds like it. Let's see what Magnus Fruklund has to say. 34 years old, from Sweden.
Good day. I will continue with English. Mozart, yes. back to the beginning. Thank you. The first note, everybody with a very big accent, and then immediately we go back. It's a bit compact all the time. I would like you to have a bit more transparency in the sound, a bit more generally direction. It's a bit each, and then very soft first violin, like you're completely lost. And timpani solo, yeah? And the timpani with your rips, you decide when the Vorschlag shall come. Vorschlag comes before the beat, a little comma before. So and we non-vibrato almost all the time. You can pochissimo in the very end, so open up. But can we make more dynamic waves from the beginning? More timpani, happy and proud. Very good. So full energy, but it doesn't have to be so. Yeah, that's good. But ba bum bum, ba dum bum, bi dum bum ba ber. So if you can have all sound goes up, now it goes a bit down. Yeah. More timpani. And very late crescendo. Down. In. Lost in the world. Thank you, and please enjoy that note. Bom, bom, ba-dum, ba. Of espressivo bow, sensually lost. One more time. Wonderful. More passive. Suddenly you know. Even more dynamic waves, and for the woodwinds in bar 24, you always start your notes forte, but then immediately release. You can have a bit more contact. I'm trying to show you where the notes should go. Then when we come to bar 27, this is a sforzato piano. I think it should be very sharp, but shouldn't be so loud. So, bit like teasing, yeah? Could we start from bar 13 once again, and I will show you wind. Something will happen in bar 20. Spoiler alert. Bar 13, yeah? Once we have came there, Woodwinds, we always should go to somewhere and from somewhere. So if you could help us first oboe and first clarinet in bar 44. You have so don't be afraid of the clash. It has to be a bit more of everything. It's a bit jämntykt. Then, if we will come so far, first and second violin in bar 48, a bit more onish. And really phrase with the bow and give space for each other in the beautiful dialogue. Can we go from the forte 38, 9, 41? Mannheim crescendo. Yum, dum, 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 dum. Yes. 41. And all the bass instrument, also fagotti, in 59. Can you play a bit more light? And there are upbeat bars and downbeat bars. And the first bar is definitely an upbeat bar. So if you could shape it a bit more, and your colleagues will be tremendously happy and play light at the same time in 59, right? Wonderfully. Thank you. I would like to do this dialogue plays one more time. Really espressivo bow. Enjoy. Don't hold the notes full value. Let the other person speak. Can we go straight in there? 48. This is 48. And thank you. Sorry for stopping. Sorry for stopping. Clarinets. The same. note in the end. It's just wham, bam, bam. Li ute landeveien. I maybe have 1 minute left or something like that. Could we just go from 114, 15, 16, 17? I think the fortepiano is espressivo and it's on all the figure. A bit too long. Complain. And it doesn't have to be the same. One can be louder, one can be softer. 117 I said, right? 14, 15. Yes, thank you. You lead, cello basso. More. Thank you.
Cut off in his prime, Magnus Fruglund from Sweden, 34 years old, conducting Mozart's Symphony No. 35, the first movement. And you can tell, can't you, that that man lives in an opera house, musically speaking. All the drama, all the theatre, all the phrasing, all the character in that Mozart. And here he is talking to Selina Hostrup.
Well, Magnus, what a lively Mozart we heard. What were your plans with this Symphony No. 35?
Oh, I must confess I didn't have too many plans because it's a short time and you need to react a little bit on what you hear at the spot. Yeah, you know, you are self-critical, so of course I could have done, I am thinking I should have done that, I should have been more insisting on that and this. And
are you already thinking about that?
Unfortunately, yeah, I think that's how we all conductors do, yeah.
What are the challenges with this symphony?
Well, it's a hard question. If you have 3 days of rehearsal, it's of course other things, but the challenge to get the lightness and get the different directions in only 17 minutes. When you are a bit tensed yourself also, and the orchestra has been playing it many times, you know, it's not the same. You start Monday morning with a new orchestra and they like, oh, how we would love to play Hafner Symphony, and now they have already played it a couple of times, so, you know, yeah.
Could you feel that?
No, but it's like, it's inevitable, you know, a flower can only be open once. Once it's open, it is open.
But when I look at you now, you seem to have been working hard. You're sweating a bit. So was it hard work in there?
Yeah. I think Richard Strauss said that the conductor shouldn't sweat, the orchestra should. But, you know, I feel very strongly for this piece, so I can't help get physically involved also, not only spiritually involved, but physically as well, yeah.
Well, Magnus Fruglund, you have time to relax a bit now. Thank you for joining us backstage.
Selv tak.
Yeah, and thank you for joining us here in the Malko studio, where we'll take a look back at what we've just seen down on stage. Joining us, Charlotte Rowan is still here, chief conductor of the Danish Radio Girls Choir. And we're really chuffed to be joined by Zach Hatcher, who is the solo harp in the Danish National Symphony Orchestra. Nothing for you to play today, Zach.
No, not yet, not yet.
Sadly not. Let's talk about this last contestant, Magnus. He seems to be a musician of the opera house. So much theatre and so much drama in that Mozart. He understands that this is music of the theatre. That dramatic pause. Can he get away with it? Is that legal?
It's a good question. I mean, it took me by surprise. I sort of had a moment of, oh, was that meant to happen? Or is this really where we're going with it? I mean, it's the conductor that decides, luckily. But it was a risky decision to take. How would you feel about it, Zach? I mean,
I think it depends. As an orchestra musician, if you're waiting for that moment, right, it is a general pause, which no matter what is already a musical risk from the composer, when it extends like that, it can either be very, very beautiful for the audience and a little stressful for the orchestra, or it can be a traffic violation. And you have to, in that moment, decide which is which. And I think he pulled it off, quite frankly. But it is a little, I remember hearing it and I was like, oh, okay, that would be a bit frightening for us to execute it. But I think it worked here, you know.
You can sort of understand if it's part of an opera production where it needs to happen in service of a director's vision. But these days, when we talk so much about the score, the urtext, the idea of remaining true to the score, it is a little bit of a traffic violation, isn't it? It is a little.
It felt risky in the concert hall. I felt like if we were singing the Marriage of Figaro, or we were singing some other kind of operatic Mozart repertoire, then you'd be much more at ease with that sort of decision. But in here, it felt like this really long pause, and even our lovely audience today sort of took an extra breath in that moment. Okay, we're going that way.
And brave.
Yeah.
Because in order to do that, you're sticking your neck out, aren't you, with a decision like that? On the subject of which, Magnus here, he has some sense of authority, and it comes from his whole demeanour, doesn't it? I mean, he looks like he looks experienced, and whether that is relative to his actual experience or not, it almost doesn't matter. Zachary, when you meet a new conductor for the first time, how important is that sense of authority from them?
I think the sense of authority almost doesn't matter. It's either something you feel or you don't. And I think in the second someone even just walks on stage, you can tell what's about to happen musically. Sometimes you'll meet someone in the backstage that's a very unassuming person, you know, or you'll meet a conductor that doesn't speak at all in person, that almost is blank slate, and then the second they come on stage, it's this fireball of personality, you know. So I think it's always a surprise. It's always a surprise. But the authority, suddenly you have the sense of security in how you play and how you phrase. It's not an interpretation. You understand, okay, the whole ensemble will play like this because the conductor has the presence. You can speak about technical differences and whatnot, but how is it for you walking on stage with that, actually?
I mean, it's so varied, isn't it? There's sometimes, I mean, I've had the great pleasure of walking on stage with you.
Yeah.
And Zach is the most, you feel calm instantly, because you know that there is someone who knows what they're doing, has a musical vision, and it's that calmness that I think is really important. And as a conductor, you definitely don't want to induce panic in your ensemble. You know, it's anything that you bring to the table is going to spread times the 60, 70 people, however many you've got in front of you, and it's going to escalate from there. So if you can meet calmness with calmness, if you can meet excitement with excitement. I think actually this morning Chloe really did something quite magical for me anyway. She came on with such joy. She just bounced onto the stage. You could feel that she'd really looked forward to it. And then the minute she had the first downbeat, there was the seriousness to it. That's wonderful musicianship in my eyes. If you can really switch from one to the other and take people with you on the journey.
Yeah. And Zach, can I ask you about something technical? And this is when a conductor points to someone specific in the orchestra. And I imagine as a harpist, sometimes you're alone.
That's my life, yeah.
And how it is when someone points to you and says, I'd like you to listen differently to this, or I'd like you to phrase this differently. I mean, there's a fine balance, isn't there, between allowing you to express yourself as a musician and in this case as a soloist, even if you're not playing a solo concerto, you're playing a solo line in a piece, to actually telling you how to play it. And we've had some intervention, haven't we, with the woodwinds here, particularly this afternoon.
I think it's not our job to necessarily like what the conductor does. And I'll put it that way because...
God, I didn't know that. That's an
no,
amazing
I mean,
secret.
it's like, it's not our job. And because especially when you're a solo player like a harp, or you're, for example, if you're tuba or timpani, and you disagree with the conductor, it can be quite difficult for you, because if it feels like it's against your religion. But I think no matter what happens, it's happened over and over, week after week, year after year on stage, that a conductor will point at me, because a lot of the time the harp part is the transition, it's the magic, it's the heartbeat in Mahler 5, for example, which we'll be playing later this week. So even if I don't agree, if the interpretation is convincing and it's presented with respect, that's the other thing. If the conductor is respectful while convincing you of their vision of the piece, it's not frightening at all. It ends up being really exciting, because you revisit this part that you've worked on since you're 12 or something like that, and suddenly you see it like a child, like with fresh eyes, and so it can bring a lot of joy to the music making process. So it's very exciting, I find.
And it was actually Lewis who specifically was singling out woodwinds. This is the conductor we heard just before Magnus. And let's talk a little bit about him. Something that struck me was his poise on the podium. We had a few weeks ago a conductor leading this orchestra who was a former tennis player, and she had a certain way of moving or not moving her feet, in fact, which told you she had some physical discipline other than conducting in her life before. It struck me that Lewis had this, as well as a cool head, had this sense of poise. How would you describe it, Charlotte?
I mean, I think people really underestimate the intention of the legs and the feet for conductors. It can really transform a performance. I think we've seen many conductors today who have very, very different styles. And there's something about being on the tips of the toes or being a little bit more on the heels that just gives the whole body a different sense of balance and grounding. Personally, I love a conductor with a solid grounding, where they really stand and they take ownership of that space. And again, it adds to this sense of authority, of calmness, of conviction. It's their position for storytelling. And if you can really find it in your body, especially when the nerves are going and the heart's racing, to stay within that grounding place, it can really help your musicians both to come with you on the journey, but also to have the technical space that they need. You don't want to get in their way. You want to give them an opportunity to play in the best way possible.
And this is interesting. You started your career as a church musician.
Yeah.
And you can't do histrionics when you're conducting a liturgical church service.
Exactly.
It just doesn't fit, does
No,
it?
it doesn't work.
Yeah. And is that something you learned to...
I think definitely that sort of sense of stillness in my own conducting definitely comes from there. I mean, there's a time and a place for everything as a conductor. There's a time and a place to do something and to definitely not do something. And what's really struck me with the conductors we have today is those beautiful moments where they let go and they give the orchestra the trust that they deserve. There's no doubt these wonderful people, they're going to play. They're going to play beautiful music, whether you give them everything or very, very little. And it's those moments sometimes of magic in the sort of subtle movements. I felt like we got a lot of them with Anna Maria, the first conductor in this section. She really gave them space and then came back. And space, and that sort of contrast, that's so much fun to play with as a conductor.
And Zach, your reaction to Lewis. I mean, let me tell you something of the things I wrote down. I was struck that he used eye contact, not necessarily expression, but eye contact. And that can be hard when you first meet an orchestra, can't it? To actually eyeball people, to have the confidence to look musicians in the eye. And I've seen very well-known conductors who tend to look, up to the ceiling or to the side of the musician they're trying to conduct. So how important is eye contact?
It really depends. It depends on the music. I think in this kind of music, because these are designed to test the conductors in a very almost cruel technical way, to walk on stage and conduct any of these pieces is a bit of a nightmare, I think. But I think when you come into a competition like this and you're working with an orchestra like this, you have to be ready to look people in the eye and make music from the second that you start to conduct, It's not, you can't be vague. You have 17 minutes, is it?
Yeah.
So in that 17 minutes, you need to communicate your authority. You need to communicate an entire musical idea. So the eye contact is very important. But if the conductor is clear enough with the body language, the eye contact doesn't always have to happen in the same way. There can be some, but if the body is moving in a way that's clear and artistic and gives a long phrase, you don't necessarily need to look the person in the eye to understand what kind of a phrase they're developing, Yeah. So it can be a lot of different things.
And you often are, I'm sorry to say, sat quite a long way from the conductor. So for you, the idea of feeling some contact with the conductor is perhaps even more paramount.
It's, I think what is tricky with my job specifically is because I'm so far away, I actually can't hear what the orchestra is doing. So for me to play together with the musicians of the orchestra, I have to play visually. So I have to watch when the concertmaster has the tip of the bow change or when they put the finger down, for example. That's my cue. So the conductor gives me the impulse, but what I'm actually following is just waiting for something as simple as that. So if the conductor gives a really beautiful, clear phrase line, then I can follow along, but I'm still laser visioning my colleagues on stage,
Yeah. Let's move on to Anna Maria then, the first contestant we saw in this afternoon's segment. Now, she had a misdemeanor. She lost her microphone in the first movements of the Mozart, which is, in a sense, a good thing to happen. As Yo-Yo Ma said, the best thing that can happen to you is something bad can happen in the first minute, and then it can only get better from then on. She did exactly what she had to do, which was just ignore it and carry on. Charlotte, have these things happened to you?
Oh my God, I think it's so funny that we're sitting together and you asked this question, because it actually happened to us at a concert not that long ago, where Zach was playing harp and the girls' choir was singing, and I was playing the organ, and it was part of our darkness concerts, so we couldn't see anything. The lights were out completely. I was meant to play in the third piece in the program. The hands went down. No sound out of the organ. Everything. I mean, there were various things in this concert. It was just a comedy series of events going wrong. But there's something about also having that moment with yourself of saying, oh, screw it. It can't get worse from here. And it frees you up sometimes. I mean, I often have to have that conversation with myself before I go onto stage personally, of that sort of, what's the worst that can happen? I mean, just go with it. And she did a wonderful job. She knew it was a problem. Not to worry, the music's there, the orchestra's still going. Keep making music. It was the perfect thing to do.
You agree, Zach? Was that the right thing?
Absolutely, absolutely. Because, I mean, we have this expression, the show must go on, right? And at the end of the day, she was making amazing music on stage. Her Beethoven, for me, was extremely convincing. She brought a lot of fire, a lot of passion to Beethoven, which you have to for Beethoven, you know? And at the end of the day, I think really, truly good musicians and good artists understand that something going wrong is irrelevant, because what you're doing on stage is much more important. Making music, we were on stage together there. And again, when we say in the dark, it was you couldn't see a hand in front of your face, pitch black, with an instrument, hoping that you find the right strings or the right keys.
Then you know your friends in those situations.
But the show is more important.
Definitely.
And what she did there for me, it's extremely impressive.
Let's hope that that befalls no other contestants this afternoon, or indeed for the rest of the competition. Well, we'll come right back to Zach and Charlotte in a second, but right now, let's go downstairs to Selina.
Yeah, I'm standing here with one of the jury members, Richard Krog, cellist in the Danish Symphony Orchestra, but now you've changed seat, Richard. Now you're sitting listening to your own colleagues playing with all these candidates. 9 candidates, 3 to go. How's the atmosphere in the jury room?
The atmosphere is really relaxed in the jury room. We are enjoying a very high level of performances today. For me personally, it's the 3rd time in a Malko competition. Twice I've been in the orchestra playing. Now for first time in the jury, and I'm very honored to be there. It's a privilege. It's an important task, actually. And I find it very, very interesting how different the orchestra might actually sound. With the same piece over and over again, or actually a bit of variation, of course, we have between Mozart, Beethoven, and a bit of Haydn. But it's very interesting how different the level of energy is, the level of details some of the young conductors get pointed out and work with so far.
Could you tell us what you're actually looking for or listening for?
I think we are looking for and listening to the possibility of potential for a future, maybe for a long future of a young conductor to become an old conductor eventually in business. But I mean, when we are here, we are not going for absolutely for the perfect results. That's not the starting point. The starting point is where you actually see potential in people's status, where they are right now, what they are dealing with, what they're working with. So it's not about who is a educated conductor and at the top of its own level, but actually in the way of growing.
Now you have to sit in the jury room for hours and hours and hours. How's the catering up there?
It's wonderful. Lots of coffee, cakes. Catering is just gorgeous and everyone is enjoying it. And I heard from the other jury members who are members of big orchestras, they want to join our orchestra because of the catering.
I'll pass that on. Thank you, Richard Krog, for joining us.
Thanks.
insights from a member of the jury there downstairs with Selina. And Zach from the orchestra and Charlotte from the girls' choir are still with us. And let's continue talking about Anna Maria, who was the first conductor we saw this afternoon. You just made a comment, Zach. She made Beethoven sound like Beethoven, which doesn't always happen.
Yeah, I think he's a tricky composer because he writes very passionate music, but it's also extremely technically demanding for conductor, for ensemble. And usually I think the orchestra and the conductor have to find each other to get that big sound, the understanding of the dynamic contrast and stuff like this. But she found it more or less immediately
Really
and only got better through the rehearsal period as well. What did you think?
I loved her. I mean, I believed what she was doing from the get-go, and she was this real sort of no-nonsense, clear conductor. She knew what she wanted from them. It was just really a pleasure to watch, and I felt like the 17 minutes just flew by.
Yeah.
So it's the perfect way to use 17 minutes. I mean, I really wanted to see more of her. The only reservation, if anything, was that she was so clear. I mean, the movements she had were so readable that I would be really excited to see her with some other repertoire, to see other moves in the wheelhouse. You know, is there is an extra level of contrast that she's got going on in there. But a great start, just really stable.
And it was really interesting to hear Selina downstairs talking to her about dance. And, you know, we forget sometimes, especially when we're steeped in the classical tradition and the discipline of it, that a lot of this first Viennese school music really is about dance, especially Mozart and Beethoven, you know, and if it doesn't have that kick and that dance, then it doesn't have much to it. And she talked about dance, didn't she? And it's easy to stereotype, you know, a conductor from the Americas as having a more rhythmic sense. Yeah. But I mean, maybe the stereotype rings true. I don't know, Zach. I mean, you work with Alondra de la Parra here.
Oh
in this
yeah,
orchestra.
it's.
She has an incredible sense of rhythm.
Absolutely, but she's as much a dancer as she is a conductor. I love working with Alondra. She brings such passion to the music. And as an American, from the United States, from the Americas, you know, it's a language I really understand. Yeah. What you said about dancing, I think, I was a ballet dancer very, very long time ago in a company. And the rule we learned is that no matter what happens, contrasting with being grounded on stage, right, is that the contact is with the tip of your toes and the ball of your feet, but you should always be able to put a piece of paper underneath your heel. And it's this kind of release, it's the rhythm of it, you know, the dancing. And I think with Anna Maria, it showed because you as an audience member were on the tip of your toes as well, you know, but the rhythm was so clear, you felt the power connecting to the podium, you know, so it is dancing, you know, she was dancing, but I do want to see the contrast because sometimes it can be one-sided that you don't get the whole perspective of what we can do on stage with a symphony orchestra. So I'm looking forward.
Yeah.
And Charlotte, you use your feet, or you used to.
I used to.
As an organist.
That's true. Yeah. I use them just as much as a conductor. I mean, this whole idea of being a dancer, being a conductor, it is such a physical job in so many ways. I mean, I think a lot of people forget, just like people forget for the musicians in the orchestra, this is a very physically demanding way of making art and making music with each other. Having those little things that you can switch up and contrast, and the whole balance of the body, and the arms are of course one of the first and foremost ways of communicating, but everything can tell a story. Everything from the tips of the toes.
Yeah, and it was so interesting to see Anna Maria working in detail on that slow movements and the way she terraced it up. Thank you, you two. We'll be right back with you in a second, but first let's go to a video. Today's, in fact, this year's and the last three Malko competitions jury chairman is Fabio Luisi, chief conductor of the Danish National Symphony Orchestra. This is what he had to say yesterday to the contestants when he addressed them from the stage of this concert hall.
Hi. 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 Hi, welcome. Hello. So welcome everybody, buonasera. Just a couple of words to say just welcome. And it's a very exciting weeks before us. I'm very happy to greet you here. I'm happy you are here all. I know you are excited. I am excited too. It is very, it is something. Here, my orchestra and I wait for years for the Malko. We are talking about Malko all the time. Why? Because it is so important to have young musicians, young conductors to to go through this selection. And well, you went already through a selection, and it means that everybody who is here has special skills. So this is already the first step. We have a couple of more steps next week, and we will enjoy them. But we are very happy to greet you here, and I can just wish you toi toi toi, all the best, and do your best. I'm sure you will. So, and for now, enjoy tonight, enjoy tomorrow, because on Monday you are not enjoying anymore. Toi toi toi, everybody.
Fabio Luisi there talking to the Malko contestants yesterday, and the eagle-eyed among you would have noticed, of course, that that wasn't the stage of this concert hall, but the foyer downstairs, where our audience has just enjoyed some refreshments by the looks of things and is making its way back in. So we have a few more minutes to talk about the general idea and discipline of conducting. But first, Charlotte, I wanted to ask you about, because you are of the age where you could have applied to be in this competition. If it was the sort of thing you wanted to do, which probably not, because you've taken a subtly different career path. But what is it like when you feel the pressure on you? You know you have talent. Yeah. You've achieved a certain amount in your life, and you have to go out into the world as effectively a freelancer. Yeah. And make your way. Did you feel the weight of pressure on your shoulders?
I mean, believe me, if I wasn't recently employed by Danish radio, I would definitely have entered Malko this year. I mean, this is an amazing stage where you give yourself the opportunity to see how far you can take this as a career. And everyone's got their different path. I mean, I was plagued by nerves for years. I trained as a singer first and as an organist, and nerves were always my stumbling block. They got in the way. And for me, there was something that changed when I turned around and as a conductor was able to look at the people that I knew and make music with those people instead of being the one making sound, which is the height of irony, really. You know, you're making music on behalf of many, many people, and you're completely silent. And there's something magical about that. That helped me free up my own musicality to jump into things. And moving to Denmark, I mean, I moved here 5 years ago, and it was the best decision I ever made. It was definitely that needed to happen to take things to the next level. You've got to be brave, and you've got to go out into the world and find like-minded people and make music with them. But definitely you need to have a bit of guts to do it. So if anything, I would just say to them all today, congratulations on how brave they've been. I mean, they've taken a huge chance. They're giving it everything. They're definitely on the right way to an amazing career.
And Zach, it seems to me that the orchestra tries its hardest to make it as easy as possible for these young conductors. I mean, no one can take away the pressure of what they have to do and the discipline of what they have to do. But can you make it easier for them in some ways? I mean, obviously you play in the later rounds of the competition being a harpist, but how do you try and make it easy for them as an orchestra collectively?
As an orchestra, it's a lot of individual preparation. For this entire competition, we had 1 full day of rehearsals. So it's really on the individual players to practice everything you can as much as you can. But we look forward to this for months, if not years. When we have a Malko year that comes up, everybody's been practicing for months. I have probably 60 pages of music to play over 3 days. And it's all extremely difficult. So what I've done, I've memorized most of my parts, so I don't have to at any point look at my music. I can only communicate with the colleagues. Because as the rounds go on, the music gets progressively more complicated, more dense, you know? So for me, it's about trying to remove the human obstacle, that they shouldn't be dealing with the harpist, they should be dealing with the orchestra as a unit, and that we can communicate effectively with each other from the first reading, because that's all we get, especially in the later rounds. I mean,
you're the conductor's dream right now. I mean,
no, but this is our job here, and we really look forward to it every time. So, yeah.
And can I ask you about normal day-to-day orchestra work when the conductors are professionals that have been booked, they're being paid, they're at a certain level, and they arrive on a Monday morning? We were talking a little bit about this, weren't we, Charlotte, with Klaus earlier. And they have to, if it's their debut, they have to establish a rapport with you as a group of musicians. And sometimes that might go better than other times. How quickly do you know when it's working? Oh,
that's a very dangerous question. I think usually it's within the first hour of a rehearsal. You can tell what's about to happen. Some conductors start really strong, and then through the week it kind of starts to fall apart. Some on Monday you're not convinced, and then by the time you have the concert on Thursday, you love them, you know, and you make this really strong connection. But I think the danger is a lot of conductors want to show off to an orchestra. As the first time when they come, they want to be like, look at me, I'm so incredible. When all we want is to know that this person cares as much about the music as we do. And that's really, really important for us. So even if there's a little too much personality or there's a bit of ego involved, if we can tell that this person loves and cares about the music, it will go well. It will go well because we will work with them, you know. But it's usually sometimes before you even get to lunch break, you're like, But yeah, but I've also been surprised a lot of times that you get to a Thursday concert and you go, wow, I was completely wrong, you know, and then you go up and talk to the conductor, get to know them, you know.
So interesting. Thank you so much for both of your opinions, inputs, and analysis from the last three contestants. Charlotte and Zach will be back with us after the next three conductors have shown us what they can do. But in the meantime, we'll hand back to the stage and hear more Mozart, more Beethoven, and I think even some Haydn. So stay with us.
Every third year since 1965, thousands of young conductors from all over the world have signed up with hopes and dreams.
Excuse me, where do I go to pick up the prize for the Malko Competition?
24 conductors have made it to the Malko Competition 2024. But there can be only one winner. Who will be the last one standing on the podium? Welcome to the 20th Malko Competition, hosted by the Danish National Symphony Orchestra, with our chief conductor Maestro Fabio Luisi as chairman of the jury. This year's competition comes live to you from our home in DR Koncerthuset. Your live streaming host is Andrew Miller.
So, stay tuned. Yes, indeed. Welcome back. And so we're into the last quarter of today's proceedings now at this 2024 edition of the Malko Competition for Young Conductors, coming to you live from the concert hall of the Danish Broadcasting Corporation. Three conductors to hear from, starting with Omar El Jamali from Morocco, 32 years of age and educated in Paris, and a experienced conductor, actually not so much an experienced conductor, no classical education to speak of, and this is a fact of which he is indeed quite proud. And he's only just begun to learn to read scores. His background is in film music, but he has been making his way, that you can believe. Worked with the Bucharest Symphony Orchestra and was a finalist in their competition in 2021, and has also competed in the Erich Bergel International Conducting Competition in 2022. And he's worked with plenty of orchestras, despite his relatively recent arrival on the scene. Romanian Chamber Orchestra, the Hungarian National Orchestra, and indeed he has co-founded and been director of the l'Académie de Direction de l'Orchestre de Neuilly-sur-Seine outside Paris. He will be performing Haydn, the Symphony No. 49, La Passion, the first movement. So here he is, 32 years old, from Morocco, Omar El Jamali.
Such a pleasure to meet you. Wow, finally here. Such a pleasure. Haydn.
Ooh, baby. Wow. So fantastic to be here. Wonderful sound. Just a few measures back. Measures 83. Actually, sorry, 81. You know, such a lyrical phrase for violin too, but we shouldn't be so relaxed. There is still the violin one. Pum, pum, pum. You know, give us that offbeat a bit more. One more time, 81, and it's... with a small diminuendo. Wonderful sound. Thank you very much. That's a very, wow, the poco più forte. It's the only time that we actually go towards a forte in this music. I think it's wonderful. Bravo. Beginning. I think in the measure 4 we need to separate the bowings for fa and la. That la really needs amen, tiram, tiram, and it's just by itself. Actually, maybe this is a bit delicate, but you're starting on an up bow. What if, may I suggest we start on a down bow, please? It brings out also measure 3, which is a bit more important. Yeah? Please. For following me in that. We are slowing down a bit, it's very charming, but let's do that on the long notes, not on the short ones. Let's leave the short ones with its integrity. Tom, ti-tom, ti-tom. Sorry for my singing, can't believe this is recorded forever. One more suggestion for that. Let's shorten the slur just a little bit for the 3 first measures. There are 3 distinct musical gestures. It should really, in the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit, boom. Amen, tiram, tiram. Yeah? Wow, it's wonderful. The bass is, the accompaniment is really following the melody that's going until the B flat. May I suggest that we actually go back from beat 1, maybe see if it's a bit more elegant. Measure 7, right on it, please. You know, the trajectory, fa, do, la, si. Do is just a little bit under the first fa, just a little bit under. Let's give it a try. Very nice. Maybe just a bit more, a bit less, I mean.
Measure 19, thank you for that forte. It's so warm, it's exactly what's needed. It's weight, it's not about being so loud. Measure 25. Diem, diem, diem. We really need that sostenuto. It's not so light. You know, in Handel's Messiah, there's this one part of diem, 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 parum, pirum. And it's the words, darkness, for behold, darkness shall cover the earth. Oh, diem, diem, diem. Might I ask, measure 26, horns, could you give us a little sforzato, something a bit brassy, a bit largo, you know, like an earthquake? Just, yeah, tiro, toti, bassoon, we already have that so much, it's very nice with your direction. Oboe, 2, towards the D flat a bit more, just a bit more, thank you. 25, wonderful, wonderful. You know, it's very charming to go in a diminuendo, but I think the big surprise is the pianissimo. Let's not anticipate tiro, 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 tiro. Yeah? Wonderful. Measure 31. La, sol, mi, do, re, ra. How about we give it a little bit more love, a little bit more meat on the bones. Dim, do, re, ra, ra. Yeah? 29, please. Yeah. Very nice. Let's end on that first beat as a weak note, leading on to the next section. Very nice fortissimo. Wow, that was terrifying. On the fortissimo, please. Very delicate, that last third beat before the end, making that small separation. Let's imagine that there is no slowing down. Shorten the slur, yeah, so that we can actually hear the next measure. Wonderful, wonderful first beat on measure 39. Thank you. Let's do that again. 39. Close enough. Close enough. Let's go to measure 57, please. Measure 57. Right on it. The one is just the same material, a bit more mature. No. I promised I would not be surprised by the gong, but thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Well, they were working very fruitfully there. Omar El Jamali with Haydn, the Danish National Symphony Orchestra, and a lot of depth of thought going into his interpretation. Absolutely determined not to make that F minor uninteresting, and largely succeeding. Well, he's downstairs now, and Selina is waiting for him.
Drink a bit of water. Are you okay now?
Yes, I'm totally fine. It's wow, what an orchestra, what an atmosphere, and the audience too. It's fantastic to see everyone is really listening and wondering what's going to happen. It's wow. I didn't expect to have that much fun with the Haydn.
Okay, why not?
Well, you know, it's not my main kind of music. Actually, I didn't want to choose Haydn in the beginning. I was just so obsessed with it, wondering the jury chose Beethoven, bah, Mozart, bah, and then Haydn. And I was just thinking about it more and more, and at the last minute I chose it, and I don't regret. What a wonderful music. So much music, so much music. And especially with this orchestra, it's wow.
So how are you gonna fall down now? You seem to be so excited.
I'm not sure. I guess I'm gonna go study some more.
Okay, thank you, Omar Jamali, for joining us, and have fun today.
Yeah, thanks.
Well, from Omar to Omer. Omer Steinhardt, 29 years old, from Israel, and Omer Steinhardt is assistant conductor at the Stavanger Symphony Orchestra up in Norway, so he's no stranger to the Nordic region. We can see pictures of him there preparing in what is normally Fabio Luisi's dressing room. He has worked in the northwest of England in addition to working in Stavanger with the BBC Philharmonic based in Manchester and the Royal Liverpool Philharmonic Orchestra, and has also conducted the Gstaad Festival Orchestra, whose academy he participated in 2022. Well, we're going to be going back to Mozart with Omer. First movement of the Hafner Symphony. And it's the last time we will hear that music today. So here he is, 29 years old, from Israel, Omer Steinhardt.
Just take this a little bit up. Okay. Hello, everybody. It's a pleasure to meet all of you. Let's play some Mozart.
Thank you very much, everybody. Wonderful. Can we please look at bar 173? For me, the end of this movement has so much darkness in it, you know. It's uncertainty between major, minor, all the time changing, and oboes. If we just feel the pain of this jump, you know, just sing cantabile. And when we do that, violins, you know, we need a little bit more crisp here and accompany and really feel like, you know, you're shaking, like I'm nervous now, you know. And then finally legato, and then shaking again, and then legato. We need all these changes. And another thing, strings, second half of 178. If we can change to quasi staccato to get the horror as well, and then suddenly, explosion. So 173, please. Wonderful. And in the same atmosphere, please, we did it second violins and viola. This is bar number 195. It was pretty good, but we can even more phrase to the down. You know, it's another drama ending just before the end. We had the nice trumpets, horns. We thought we finished, and again, drama. So can we play this from 194? 194. Good. Let's look at the beginning, please. Now, you know, for me, this tema is so much about an announcement. We need to get the attention from the audience. And that's why I feel it would be good if we focus on the articulation of the first two bars rather than sustaining it. You know, we need articulation. And actually, strings, should we try 2 down bows just for the statement and retake as late as possible? Let's try that. Allow yourselves, after the articulation, to just let go a little bit. We're still sustaining quite a lot. Wonderful. And one last thing before we go on. You know, bar 3, bar 5, we have not only 2 kiles, but we jump 2 octaves. I wouldn't phrase off. Still let it be light, the second note, but don't phrase off. One last time. So much better. No, please, second violins, when we get to 13, again, we need this energy. All the time, don't think like you accompany, think like you lead everybody else, actually. You know, taka, 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 taka. We need these teeth. Can we have straight from there, 13? 13. Thank you, everybody. Woodwinds, bar 20, we are getting there, but, you know, if we imagine these descending lines in Mozart music, can we try to think about someone laughing, actually, just, and actually then we see that we need a little bit more non-legato, and not so much staccato, and also just phrases off, right? Now, please, first violins, 23, you know, we just phrase off. I think the sciolto actually has to have more meaning than just off.
Have no breaks, just go for it, absolutely, and lead us to the next transition. So that would be, let's do 13 again. Yeah. Can we treat the sforzato piano in 27 as within piano? Then suddenly the forte will be something else. So let's take it from 24. Let's try, first of all, yes, 41, especially brass. Just if we think maestoso, you know, it's a different color to everything else we had before. So just enter maestoso without too much articulation. It will be fantastic. Horns and first violins, what I was trying to show you, I hope it was clear enough, that number 30. Actually, if we end the phrase on the downbeat, and then we have another something, pum, 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 from the second beat. So can we start 29, please? 29. Violins, when we get to this bar, where is it? Yes, here. 48. Please, it's a duet. Yeah, don't accompany them. When you have the 8 notes, just da-di-da-da, we need you to sing as well. So can we take 48, please? Can we please not do this subito piano in 77? We want to go all the way and suddenly after that there is a party. Yeah? Really go for that. 75. Or sorry, 74. 74. Yes, when we get to this place, this is 95. Second violins, then viola, then first violins. Can we play quasi accent? So we really, it's fugato. We interrupt each other. It's not a nice unison. So let's take it, please. 95 and really quasi accent. Can we, while the basses and viola are playing this part in, sorry, which part it is? Yes, sorry for that. This is 111. 111. You stay persistent, yes, but we kind of just start relaxing. But you actually have to take us forward. Yum, ta-dam, ta. Stay absolutely persistent. So this is 111. 111, please. Another time.
Yes, indeed, another time. Time is up for Omer Steinhardt, conducting there the first movement of Mozart's Hafner Symphony number 35. Very efficient working methods from Omer there. Knows what he wants and has ideas that link up. And he'll now be interrogated by Selina Hostrup.
Hey Omer, you're coming here with a big smile, 17 minutes in front of an orchestra conducting Mozart. What's going through your head right now?
I mean, it was a lot, of course. I mean, they are fantastic. They are just fantastic. And, the eye contact and the communication and everything is just amazing. And, I mean, I wish it was more than 17 minutes. That's the only thing. It's really nice.
Was it too little time?
I mean, of course, you want to, every time in competition, you have limited time. You have one movement, you can do anything you want. And we can work quite much, so.
You're one of the last candidates today, so you've had a full day doing what?
Mostly nothing. I mean, anything that takes the mind away, in a way, because being at the moment is actually, it's great, it's nice, it's fun, but the waiting is a little bit hard.
Okay, well, no more waiting for you, Omer. You can relax or do whatever. Thank you for joining us backstage.
Thank you very much.
And so to today's last contestant, Jakub Szubicen from Poland, aged 28. And he will bring us Haydn Symphony number 49, first movement, La Passion. Let's tell you a little bit about Jakub before he comes onto the stage. He remains this season assistant to Ludwig Morlot at the Barcelona Symphony Orchestra and was a finalist at the Donatella Flick conducting competition in London in 2023 and has participated in various orchestral competitions and masterclasses. Currently a student at the Zurich University of the Arts, where he studies with Johannes Schäfli and Christoph Matthias Müller. Already has experience conducting orchestras, including the Lucerne Symphony Orchestra and the Balthasar Neumann ensembles. It's never easy being the last contestant in the day, but it also comes with its advantages, being able to see exactly what your predecessors get up to and how they work with the Danish National Symphony Orchestra. So here he is to conduct the first movement of Haydn's Symphony number 49, Jakub Szubicen.
Good evening, good afternoon. I'm Jakub. I'm very happy to meet you. Haydn, please. Maybe I put it tiny bit up. thank you. Before you go on, this movement is for me, musically speaking, about a person who cannot escape its fate. Like whatever you do, how much you try it, everything in your right, you cannot escape it. You know that at the end is something you cannot achieve. So I really need these changes of moods, this raw of human beings in this music, especially pianissimo. Pianissimo, for me, in this movement is really like a scream of fear, but you cannot scream. It's really trapped inside. So now more, technically speaking, if I may start with first and second violins, may I ask you to play rather in the lower part of the bow only, senza vibrato. Vibrato is only as a cherry on top, or mezza di voce or something. And really try to use slow bow and really in piano, but deep, go down. Can I only start with first and seconds, please? Okay, sorry. I know it's inconvenient. May I ask you really to change bows only for me, only now? If you could start really down bow and not to make too much phrasing in this four. Try to really keep the tension till the last moment. Still divide after every bar, and on the fourth bar, sorry to stop, on the fourth bar, make a comma after the first note. Tom, ti, sen, down bow. Less bow. Fantastic. Now only two more small adjustments. In the fourth bar, after the first note, hum, ti, of course everyone is expecting something with the diminished chord. It's still in piano. If you can go direction the ponti, exactly direction the steak, the steak, exactly. Direction this to make a really uncomfortable sound. If you can try this only for me, and then let's try it again. In fourth bar, exactly. Still in piano, not doing it with the dynamic, but with the color. Same, and then I go to you. No vibrato. Fantastic, absolutely this. And if at the very last, if I may ask you to lead more, people from backstands, if you can lead, then the sound's gonna be much more rounder. And then when we get to horns, on the very beginning, if I may ask second horn much more in the balance, I mean, if you could lead this octave, and when you start, before we start, if you could really imagine that the sound is there, this F is already there, someone just put a bit more mute, so really try, I know it might be difficult, really try to be blend in this whole. And when we go to the bassi group, please, may I ask the bassi to lead all of this phrasing, and then bassoon. So you are most important for me, so celli and violas, tiny bit less under them, let them lead sound-wise. All the kaile, it's for me personally like a bit like a clock of life, which is like you only know how many ticks are left. A bit shorter, whenever it's kaile, tiny bit shorter. Can I only have the bassi group? Beginning. With viola. I meant the bassi group as also you. I'm sorry. Okay, may I also ask you senza vibrato and a bit, dry. If it can be really, like really dry sound. Sound? Exactly this, tutti. it's getting there. When we take over in bar 7, you're kind of feeling for them. You know that they're suffering. You want to help them. Don't open too much the sound. Try to still be under, because you're more still piano. The first note when you're starting this F, you can do a bit of mezza di voce on the beginning. You know, make us cry with it. And when we go to this appoggiatura and all the appoggiatura that you're gonna have in bar 14, this is the moment that we actually need to feel this suffering. So also the same article, the same idea that I had. If you could go direction the bridge and make it, you know, like we have COVID tests and they put this stuff to the nose, you know? You remember this pain? Exactly this is appoggiatura for me. Exactly this. Can we start please 7? In 15, can I ask you for a bit shorter articulation? Celli and violas. Contrabassi was good. On balance, always reading. Pom, pom, pom. If it's a bit shorter, it's nicer for me. So it's 25, I meant, of course. 25, may I have oboes and horns? Sound-wise, for me, it should look like and sound like accordion, you know, opening and closing. Am I asking balance, more second oboe, and a tiny bit less horns in this? Crescendo, in crescendo a tiny bit more, but then start diminuendo quicker. May I ask you, 25, only oboes and horns, 25. Imbalance, you can still go with the crescendo a tiny bit more with the second oboe, and don't start really diminuendo together, not too early. And on the next part, starts diminuendo all together. But this we can do absolutely together. 25 together, 25 tutti, forte. This is the scary note to start really after the break, after the pause at 34. Can you really take this risk and really start to really pianissimo sotto voce? Like there is the edge of breaking the note. And this edge we want, exactly this edge. Let's do again 29 to see if every note was done perfect in the first violin. 29. 29. Yes, Oh, it's absolutely gorgeous. Exactly this note. But let's help them. Whenever we start also with this, boom. Let's also be shy on the first note when we start. Not directly, because they start at absolutely different world. Let's go with this, and we have time to open. If I may ask you once again, it was beautiful. 29. I'm sorry, that was absolutely magical. If we go to 39, then the phrase goes to the second note in 40. Pom, 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 pom. And bassoon is still tiny bit shorter in articulation. Please, if I may ask you for a bit shorter. The fortissimo in 36 was great, but then I really need this, kind of mental change of we are free, but we're not in piano. So piano really, I know it takes a lot of muscles to do, but really let's go to this character before. But let's do fortissimo. 36 fortissimo. 36 fortissimo. I had this moment of breaking the note from you, the almost moment, so I really would like to push you in 41 still to do this echo, even like, so really the public needs to go with their ears and really that was much nicer, and if I may ask you, the cello and violas in 39 still shorter, boom. Quasi battuto, boom, boom, boom. May I ask you again, 36 please? I still have for a few seconds. Pleasure. Thank you so much.
Jakub Szubicen from Poland, working extremely methodically through Haydn's Symphony Number 49 there with the Danish National Symphony Orchestra. Very strong ideas about articulation and sound. And Selina is waiting for him downstairs, and here he is.
Here he is with the water bottle and the baton and the score and a very well-ironed shirt. Jakub Szubicen, thank you for joining us here. Last man on the floor with Haydn. What's going through your head now?
How much beautiful is this music, and I would wish to do the whole symphony with them. They're, wow, one of the best orchestra I've ever worked with. They're incredible. Really, the reaction, the musicality, the helpfulness, and everything they do, it's purely magical. So I'm overwhelmed. I could work with them, so I'm very happy. And thankful, of course.
You seem to have a plan, a lot of things you wanted to work through. Did you have a plan when going in there?
Yes, of course. The plan, I mean, for this movement, especially for this Haydn, for me is to get as much human emotion as possible. For me, Haydn music is all about life. Everything he does is about life, and his music is about life, is about emotions, what we actually human have and do. So that was my, I think, biggest plan actually, to make the music speak for itself, to make the music speak for the emotion. So.
And did you follow the plan, or did you have to adjust on the way?
Of course, I mean, the plan is like, there's some structures, there's some ideas that you want to go through, but of course you need to adjust because, sometimes you put a bit too many ideas and stuff, and then you see that they read everything through, like they read through your minds, and then you just need to adjust and go with the flow and go with them. So which is best because you can achieve your stuff quicker. So with this amount of time, you can simply get to amazing, things.
Well, you have been the last man today, so we're off now, and we'll see how it goes when the jury is voting tomorrow.
Exactly.
Thank you, Jakob.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks to Jakob and to Selina downstairs in the basement. And we are here still in the Malko studio with Charlotte and Zach, and we have plenty to chew over from those last three contestants. Let's start with Jakob and no baton for the second time today.
Great to see. No baton. He definitely had a range of movements with the hands, which was nice to see. There was some clenching of the fists. There was spread hands. There was lots of variation there. It was great to hear him shape the Haydn when he first came in, and I thought this is really going to be great. And then I think it was a classic case of there was so much that he could already say with the arms and with the body, and the doubt set in, and the over-explaining came with it, and he just sort of trusted in the beautiful movements that his arms could make. I mean, I would kill for arms that long. Yeah. There was so much in the body that so it really made a story.
But one thing there wasn't, Charlotte, was an expressive beat, an actual defined beat.
Yeah.
Zach, we see these conductors. One thinks of Herbert Blomstedt, who you work a lot with here, who perhaps don't define the beat like maybe they did when they started out. I don't know, but like as if it's not necessary. It sort of exists in their body. You can detect it somehow. Explain. How do you follow a conductor who doesn't define the beat?
Breath. It's that simple. I mean, I think I'm sitting next to someone who's particularly gifted with both giving a beat and breathing. But I think it was actually, for me, it would be quite clear to play with Jakob. There's something you don't need to go here, but you need to have, and already just the impulse from the breath, you can understand where the beat is going to land, and then you can shape the phrase from there, But I would be nervous, for example, if he had to conduct the Hafner. If he didn't have that impulse, it wouldn't work at all. But I think with this Haydn specifically, it gives you a little bit more flexibility because it is a more vocal line. It's less Italian kind of overture style,
Yeah, and here is a conductor who really wanted to take everything to pieces, as you suggested, Charlotte, and put it back together again.
Yeah.
17 minutes is not a long time in which to do that. And the interesting contrast with Omar, the second, this afternoon, who really managed to get the orchestra sort of playing through, and his ideas would link up, whereas Jakob was determined to sort of stick with what he wanted to stick to, and I admire him for it. But there's a trade-off there, isn't there?
Definitely, it can be really dangerous. I mean, it goes one way or the other. With Omar, we saw this larger sweeping sort of. He understood the context, the whole context that he wanted to introduce to the orchestra, and that's also a way of respecting their time, of giving them the bits of information that they need, and not more. And really having that sort of conversation inwardly with yourself about how you're going to tackle those 17 minutes. There's so many ways to do it. There's the insisting way, which takes just as much courage as slipping everything and really going for it. Just many, many different styles. And again, great to see the conductors back to back, because then you really get the feeling for how differently it can be done.
Yeah, and Omar, he fixed things quickly. And it was fascinating to see how quickly he worked, Zach. He had a very sharp turn of phrase, and he managed to balance this the combination of showing and telling, and that was particularly interesting to me. One thing he did was just stoke the conversation within the Mozart, which is so important, isn't it? I mean, this is a music about conversation.
Yeah, I think also it's the danger and the joy with Mozart is that it has to be fun. it has to be fun, it needs to be young, and it has to be this existentially beautiful music that's been genius since its creation, right? And I thought he did a really, it can be very dry music. If you don't bring that fire, that joy to it, it can end up staying very flat. It can be boring for a lot of audiences, but it's the opposite. It is bombastic. It is hysterically funny. And I thought he brought this, I was really quite convinced the second it started. I could feel this articulation that you could feel that someone has something to say with it, you know? And no, I'm very excited to see if he passes and what he does in the next rounds.
Very interesting to hear him talk about interruption. And again, the sense that Mozart, in some way, is always writing an opera, even when there are no voices. That there is constant interruption and there is constant disagreement and concord that comes after it or before it within the orchestra. And that's very fascinating to me. Let's talk about Omar, who we saw first. Now, a short stick. We don't often see that these days, do we, Zach?
No.
This is a sort of, we think of the good old days of Sergio and Bolt with a sort of good 2 feet. And then we think of the likes of Valery Gergiev with a toothpick. This was somewhere in the middle. But I mean, it must work for him. If that's what he wants, that's what he wants.
It did. I mean, it really did.
It did.
I was... I don't know how it is for you, like conducting-wise, like sharing that same discipline. But for me, I thought he was so... It was, as we talked about earlier, there was a kind of dance to it. It was very vocal. It was very heartfelt, actually. I don't know the piece particularly well, and of course there's not a harp part in it, but I was really quite touched, and he understands also the bigger context of this music, where it's coming from, what it's related to, you know?
Yeah, we can see him on screen now. And I mean, Charlotte, an open-hearted musician. I think a little bit of Ryan Bancroft, who won here in 2018. The sense of someone who really is willing to sort of to show their soul, even when talking to the orchestra, actually.
Definitely.
And the emotion in the music sort of almost overwhelming him at times.
Definitely. I mean, if you're willing to bare your soul in the way that he did on stage, then you should get through any round, in my opinion. I mean, there was a real emotion to it, and it was in the arms, and it was on his face, and it varied throughout as well. I mean, this was really the Haydn that I dreamed of hearing today, and I just loved the way he did it. He approached it with tension in the places where it needed tension in the upper arm, and the shoulders were. It was nice to see the variation between the pianissimos being forwards in the body, and then him also opening up and having a little bit more authority in them, and having them a little bit more grand, and it was beautifully done. I really enjoyed it.
And he didn't seem like he was in a rush. And this is interesting because a lot of the conductors, they know they have 17 minutes. They have so much to get through, so much to say. And Omar, he just seemed to have all the time in the world. And then that gives you the illusion, of course, that we do have all the time in the world.
It was a great way to do it, because all of a sudden we had this moment where the whole audience suddenly forgot that he only had 17 minutes. And the moment that he had to stop was this awful sort of, oh, is that it? Can't we have the rest of the concert? But I really hope he gets through. I mean, I'd love to see some more music from him this week.
Yeah, well, it's been so great to have your thoughts, both of you. Zach, Charlotte, thank you so much for being with us all day. I hope you're going to enjoy the rest of the competition. And don't forget that we've only seen 12 of the 24 Malko contestants so far. The next 12 we will hear from tomorrow. They're with us from 10 a.m. local time. And I hope you join us then for day 2 of what is shaping up to be a very exciting competition. Goodbye.